Greetings and welcome back to Stellaris, my Commonwealth of Man playthrough. So the war against the Glosterhenians isn't off to the best start, but I believe we can come back from this. Now what I should have done when they sent that huge stack of doom towards me over here in the Rapric system is I should have fled. They had most of their fleets concentrated in one spot. That is very difficult to stand against. I was kind of hoping to do a significant amount of damage to them, but it did not work out as well. I did not have a superior tech advantage, and their numbers were enough to overwhelm me. It's why they were able to take out the station so quickly. They had a sheer number of ships shooting at it. What I should have done, apart from preemptively seizing the Talon system, is when they had dedicated their forces to going here, I should have had my fleets jump. And I should have jumped to different areas, mainly to cut out things like gateways for them. So while they were coming in here, I probably should have jumped over to these two systems, and possibly this one, and split my fleets up to take out their star bases. Their star bases aren't exactly that strong, even being citadels. One of my fleets could probably handle this system, including the station here. It has a lot of missiles. Most of its weapons are fairly short range, with the exception of the kinetic artillery. As for their star base, a lot of missiles, and then some shorter range weapons. Now they have a pretty equal mix of armor and shields on their ships, but their stations are pretty armor heavy. But I still think we could have jumped over and seized 3 quick systems away from them to cut out some of their gateways, to cut out their maneuverability. This would also disrupt their hyperlane network. And then we could have been striking out from here, basically avoiding their big massive fleet and just denying them resources and stations. Now, I do not believe after we finish this battle, I am going to meet this group in battle. I think we are going to leave this system as quickly as possible to pull back and repair. I do not want to go up against 2 somewhat healthy fleets with my fleets that are severely damaged and have lost some ships. I also believe I should be churning out a lot more armies. I can use them for defense, if nothing else, but that will help me quickly take planets. So I'm going to be going through here and adding a whole bunch more armies to my construction queues. Also, one other thing I need to check with the cap of privateers. Yeah, we need a trust. Oh, we can only receive logistical assistance from 1 mercenary company at a time. We have a sufficient trust to get that. We could actually hire armies. That would help with their trust opinion as well. So let's get a large platoon of mercenaries from them. And a sizable troop of mercenaries. And a small contingent of mercenaries. That's one quick way to jump up our fleets. Now, where did it put the mercenaries? Back at Earth here. I keep calling it Earth. I'm so used to playing United Nations of Earth over Commonwealth of Man. So that's a 30 size mercenary army. It would take them 54 days to get here. They do have the 3rd Corolla moving in through here. Now, I do have jump capability, so once I get here I could jump. Let's see, Podanis. Right now I have the only options I have are returning to control or details on this one. They only have a 319 force, so we should be able to take them with this army. And I can also hire mercenaries, I believe, from this station. We want a large platoon, a strike group of elites, a sizable troop, a small force of elites, and a small contingent of mercenaries. Now that gives me another large amount of mercenaries. and we will merge all of them into one fleet. That's a 1K fleet size. And we will keep that one in our pocket for taking other systems. Let's see, how long would it take us to get there? About 3 months. We could combine them and just have one massive, but I think it's better to have two moving around, because we are going to need to retake systems over this way, and I do want to send them with my other forces. But for now, I think I will send them to Shaula, because that's a little closer. And I still do have the option, if I see certain areas and I don't think I can control them, just to deny them to them. Now, if we look at fight, if I look at the station here, I do have the option to upgrade the station, but you cannot dismantle stations while you're at war. But I'm going to quickly go through and see about building more armies. The Fel Null have begun constructing a sensor array. Through hard work and experience, Admiral Dudley Bassett has developed new skills. He is adaptable with more experience gain. We generated some debris here. Why have you not flipped the system? Flip that system. There we go. System is flipped. They are not inbound right now, but I am still pulling out to Euchromia. Let's see how quickly it takes me to get there, because I need to pull back and repair, and then I'm going to need to reinforce. We lost a lot of frigates, corvettes, and destroyers. The smaller craft. We did lose one battleship in Dragon, but we took out 4 battleships, 2 cruisers, and not as many frigates, corvettes, and destroyers as we lost. Once again, missiles didn't target anything with shields or strike craft, so I'm not seeing them having done shield damage. My driller drones, of course, had to go for shields. But they only did 9 points worth of shields before whatever they were fighting, the shields were down. So my other vessels are pretty good at tearing down shields, but apparently so are they. They have a lot of autocannons. So yeah, they're pretty good at tearing down the shields, so that my shield hardening isn't as useful as it should be. But they have sufficient plasma cannons to tear down armor fairly well. Now, Dragon didn't even have shields, so... Actually, I don't even think Pegasus has shield hardening, come to think of it. But yeah, since they had particle lances, that was very effective against Dragon. Dragon is not the fleet to face that, because it is all armor, and they tear down armor fairly effectively. Now, why has this system not flipped? I do not understand. We've got the only starbase in the area flipped over. I guess it has to regenerate. But we're going to pull out of there. Osiris Colonies is in a research agreement with the Archives. So they've got close to 200k. So do we. But we have more damage already than they do. So a lot of our ships will immediately flee. So once we get repaired up, we should be able to hit them. And we do need to get these areas keep these areas flipped for the United Latrepians, so that they suffer the effects of the starbase modules. What the hell are you still in fleet combat for? It's got more than is showing here. It should have, there they are down there. I just can't mouse over them very well because of the Stormfire autocannons. They really could update this screen to be able to scroll or show more. But yeah, it does do hull damage and shield damage directly to enemies and boost allies. And technically, I think while the starbase is not capable of repairing, those should be disabled. But I have seen as soon as they flip a system, my ships start immediately taking hull damage, which means that they are in effect as long as the thing is controlled, regardless of its hit points, which I think is wrong. I think as long as the thing is suppressed and hasn't regenerated, see, it won't start repairing itself in 30 days. So for the next 30 days, it should not be able to have effect. Are you still showing in combat? Why are you still in combat? That is a bug. It's still locked into a combat with ships that aren't even here. Am I slowly taking hull damage? Or my hull regenerating? Well, I have regeneration with Dragon. I think I also have it with Pegasus because of the Titan. Yes. So I have regeneration anyway. Scylla has been fully repaired. So it's time for Scylla to strike out. Now I am a 121k fleet. I want to cloak. And I want to go here. And I will decloak when I damn well feel like it, not when you tell me to. Because I'm a close-range craft. Oh, never mind. They have exceptional grade 1 in there. It's going to force me to decloak. Because my cloak strength is not high enough. I thought I had gotten rid of their exceptional by flipping star bases. But apparently not yet. So yeah, this is going to decloak me. So in that case, take out that and then that. It has no platforms. Brandon Star Nation is in a migration treaty with the Star Realms of Shar. Now they have started sending the Blossoming Corolla and the third Corolla up this way. Maybe I deal with them first. Maybe we go to the Kaid system. It'll take me 2 months to get there. I might be able to ambush them because this is technically an allied system. It shouldn't decloak me. And while I'm at it, I could put a claim on this system so that when the planet is taken, it'll be mine. But if the starbase gets flipped again before I get there, I'll get it back. Now they'll get their reinforcement in 2 months, about the time they get to Kaid. I do have Chimera here that I haven't given orders to. I do need to start reinforcing Chimera. Let's start with the smaller craft because all they take is alloys. And I'm low on minor artifacts. I may go about redesigning my ships because this, as stubborn as I am, this minor artifact issue is going to be a problem with attrition. But wormlings and worms we can generate. So let's see, how long does it take me to generate a wormling? 22 days. So in a 3-month period, actually I've only got 2 months left. I could do 3 for each of my things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll have 6 wormlings come out for Chimera. Now they do have a damaged fleet here that probably just took a system away from Latrepians. No, they didn't. If they had, it would have flipped for them, not for this. So they had probably come in here and tried to take the system and then decided to leave. They have a quantum catapult. I'm going to put a claim on your system. So if it gets flipped, I get it. I want that catapult. Now that they control this one, let me see if I can look at their starbase details. Yeah, it still has the bulwark, shield magnifier, and disintegrator field, even though they have flipped the system. I wonder how long that lasts, since the Glossworhenians are not a bulwark. Oh, that's another tip I was going to give. The Citizens Alliance of Orcam Fung will be hard to take because they are a bulwark. Well, the way to deal with that, since I am in open war or total war, before I go pushing into their territory, all I have to do is make sure the Glossworhenians are no more. So I'm going to be taking over Glossworhenian space first. As soon as they are no more, they cease to be a bulwark because they have no overlord. They will return to a regular empire that I just happen to still be at war with, and I will push in then after they lose all their bonuses. Kessim Confederacy is in a migration treaty with the Brienne and Stellar Nation. United Latrepians are pushing in to retake this system. Yeah, they've got a 100k fleet coming in up against their 190 something. And then they have 2 more 100k fleets and a 50k worth of other fleets. Which does remind me, while you are available, scavenge those projects and then return to assist research. Okay, they did flip this system, but they lost some strength doing it. Because I want to say they were a little bit higher in fleet capacity than the 90 and 30. And here's where the majority of their fleets are coming in. They're going to sweep through my allies. Well, it's time for y'all to make a showing of yourselves. And this is perfect. If they continue to try and push through the bulwark, they will take so much hull damage that they will easily be broken apart. Yeah, they're already going to lose these 2 fleets, most likely to the United Latrepians. I am going to repair before I go striking them, and hopefully they will get sidetracked with planets and colonies. Yeah, they haven't flipped this colony yet. Yeah, which way are these massive fleets going? There's a handful headed toward Jaundice. There's some headed down that way, probably to go for the colonies. These are still undecided. These are headed back to the gateway to try a different direction. So yes, their massive ball of death is breaking up, which is perfect. So that means I will be able to catch them and decimate their fleets. And while that is happening, I'm going to take out their ability to repair after I do away with the Miravanian coalition. I'm going to start striking back here with Scylla and Chimera when Chimera is healthy, and start taking away some of their star bases so that they cannot reinforce. I mean, once they lose the ability to churn out ships and lose a lot of their resources, that's what destroys them. That's the problem with keeping all of your fleets in a massive ball, is you can't protect all of your space at once. Whereas, yeah, he can easily overwhelm me from one direction. You know, I can keep an eye on several directions and even do guerrilla tactics when available, when they're not coming from a particular direction. We are disconnected to Bags Holding. Boy, they are tearing them up. Third Corolla has appeared in Kaid. That is where our transports are passing through. Where are our transports? Our transports are at the Hyper Relay. I'm going to tell my transports to go back through. Where is my fleet? Have you not started moving? Alright, that's only a 40k fleet. I should definitely be able to handle them with Strike Force Scylla. But I'm still 2 months out, so they're going to flip this system, and it's going to cause me to decloak anyway. So let's just go ahead and drop our cloak now, so that we should be able to get there a little faster. It'll update when we use the hyper relay, I think. The Doomsday is fully repaired. Citizens Alliance of Orc and Fung is in a research agreement with the Sovereign Jazzajan Assembly. So is the Miravandian Coalition. Well, they're in a commercial pact with them, as is the Felnal. And the Sovereign Jazzajan is in a migration treaty with the Felnal. Yeah, that thing's already at half. How long till you... 17 days until you get back to that system. We've already made it back here. Oh, seriously? You're leaving your other fleet to hang out to dry? You're just entering orbit of the station? Man, the AI's logic when it comes to protecting their fleets is astounding unless they're attacking me. I mean, you've seen when I've invaded planets and the AI will keep their ships in orbit over the damn planet instead of moving on to another target. Whereas when they invaded Jenna, as soon as they landed the forces, they immediately left. The fleets started mobilizing immediately to redirect somewhere else. So why is it I get the lazy AI that just seems to take forever to decide what the hell it's going to do? Oh, they changed their mind. They're not going that way anymore. They're pulling back here. There's a lot going to the gateway. It looks like they're going to keep flipping their fleets around to try and push from one direction. These fleets are pulling back somewhere. That one's following 18th. That one's following 18th. So where is 18th? There's 18th. They're going to Porava. So they're redirecting over here. And they're going to send their massive fleet over that way. In the meantime, I'm going to repair a little. The Glosswerhenians will intercept some of them here, since they are parking a fleet in here. But I think they're going to end up losing this fight. Zarklem's Pilgrims haven't quite merged yet. As soon as they do, they're a 40k fleet. I am going to be using them to strike at the as guerrilla warfare to start robbing them of systems. I'll probably start here at Marust and just start pushing through this way, just causing chaos with this Fallen Empire fleet. Some of my transports have started to churn out.
Fleet action underway.
Crap, they got to my transports. "12 days. Did I lose any ships? No, but I had 3 damaged. So that transport that is now, yeah, it still has the full 30 contingent. It'll be gone for 2 months. I'm not sure where it's going to reappear. I'm still 25 days from getting here. They'll have that thing flipped before I get there. They abandoned this system, so it would be pretty easy to flip it back if you decided to actually mobilize some armies. What are the autocracy doing? Still nothing. Well, I can fix that. Since they're moving their ball of fleets over here, that's about 300k. That's 30k. No, they've only got maybe a little over 120k altogether with their fleets, I think. Well, they might have about 200k. Yeah, I would like the autocracy of Rakaron to do something useful, but I don't want to take point because I don't want to pull the Latrepians away from doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing, which is defending their damn area. This is still stuck in combat with a fleet that isn't even present. So I tell you what, I'm going to exit to the menu and reload to see if that fixes that combat glitch when it reloads. And I will see you all shortly. Nope, it's still stuck in combat. I guess until I take care of the second extra orbital core, it's not going to stop. And I also realized throwing one claim on Kaid was a mistake, because as soon as this flips, the Latrepians would probably get 10 claims on it. Hierarchy of Moffith is in a migration with the Briannan. United Latrepian is in a commercial pact with the Kessim Confederacy. Chimera is now healed. Their fleet fled from here. Did not do significant enough damage to them. Oh man, when they flip this, if they head to Parava, when they flip this, I'm going to lose stealth, so hopefully I can finish this debris fast enough. They'll hold the fleet that's coming in from that direction long enough. I only need about 3 months in total, and I've done 10% of the time. Citizens Alliance of Orkham Fung is in a migration treaty with the Sovereign Jazajan Assembly. We have made it into this system. They still haven't flipped the Citadel yet. Go for them.
Fleet action underway. Battle debris secured.
In the Podanis system, we got 52 alloys and 1 exotic gas. There's our reinforcement coming in. They fled. Are you guys mobilizing yet? No. These are about useless. They're all following Kappa privateers, who has no orders, so they're following a fleet with no orders. I could have Wallius turn out some defenders for these. Let's see, I need 2 rampaging cults, and I need about... Let's go with the wormlings first. I need 4 wormlings and 2 rampaging cults. Sovereign Jazajan Assembly is in a research agreement with the Fel Null. Okay, I believe the Pilgrims have finally merged. They're a 44k fleet. We will send them to Imileto. They'll be there in a month or so, and then from there we can have them jump down to Marust and start hitting their back lines. That will distract some of their forces. Yeah, when you're up against superior forces that like to amass their fleets into a ball you can't handle, use guerrilla warfare tactics. Spread your fleets all around and just keep striking their back lines. It will annoy the shit out of them. Of course, if you try that against a human player, they're just going to drive in and take your homeworld and start ransacking your place. Rakuten Imperium broke off their commercial pact with the Veteresians. Allied Multics was given association with the Allied Independent Systems. Oh, their fleet came from the Hyper Relay. I think they are going there. I can cloak in 3 more months. I'll probably be in combat before then. Before we proceed onward here, I take issue with a little bit about the Betharian power plant. Okay, it provides 4 jobs for technicians in 1 building slot, not too bad. And it doesn't cost anything to maintain because it produces energy, but it only produces 10. My issue is the flavor text. Betharian power plants consume Betharian stone to produce vast amounts of energy. At the start of the game, your technicians are only producing about 6 plus a little extra based on your stability. So 4 technicians would be 24 power plus the 10 base would be 34. I don't consider that a vast amount of energy. Now at this point in the game, my technicians are producing about 17 apiece, so 4 of them will be 54. Overall, this will produce 65 energy for 1 building slot. Now that's not bad, but I don't consider that a vast amount of energy. Maybe if the decimal place were shifted over and the base power was 100, I would. But this isn't worth hanging on to the building slot. I'm replacing it with precinct houses, and since that's the only thing on this planet with the research boom would be much better as an Ecumenopolis with research labs. And that little gripe aside, we're going to proceed onward. And I know it may be interesting, me still planning for the long term when it looks like I'm in a war I may lose, and there are still 3 crises to deal with. But you always have to plan for the long term and adapt in the short term. United Nations of Earth decided to end their association status with the Allied Independent Systems. Pegasus is now repaired. And the Brienne and Stellar Nation is in a migration treaty with the Soran combined clans. Now I should have some rampaging cults coming out in about 8 days as reinforcements for Pegasus. There they are. Strike Force Centaur is going to head over here so I can merge them with Pegasus. Alright, Kappa Privateers are the one everybody is following. They're going to the Zolomon system, so they're finally making this an offensive. Or actually, I guess it would still be defensive. That one is moving to the Ublia system, which is there. Some of these have unknown orders, but I'm pretty sure they're following the fleet that's moving there. He has unknown orders. I'm pretty sure he's headed into Podanus. Scylla has finally gotten its reinforcement. And I think Scylla will ambush them and flip this system. They are still doing nothing. Chimera should be receiving reinforcements from here. And the rest of the reinforcements being turned out here are for Dragon, which is still waiting on repairs. As soon as Pegasus gets its 2 rampaging cults, I think I will move it back to a different star base, maybe safe, or start pushing forward with it and doing its reinforcements through the fleet manager and just have them get to them. Zarklin's Pilgrims have made it here. So let's place a claim here. I need 6 more. That's pretty expensive. 198. What about this one? 135. How about if I go further in, like Parsacs? 189. Can I jump to Parsacs? Yes, I could jump all the way to Serpis, which is 180. Oreb is also 180. Now that's pretty expensive claims. That system's only 135. But I'd have to flip also the planet in the system. Let's do Oreb. This is going to be fairly expensive, but we'll put a claim on Oreb. First, let me see. It's currently unclaimed. We'll put a claim on Oreb. And we will have them jump to Oreb. And engage that starbase as soon as they get in the system, which will be 14 days. Rishethian State is in a migration treaty with the Interstellar Prokarian, and Dragon is now repaired.
Science Division report success.
Yeah, I'll check that as soon as I issue this order.
Fleet action underway.
Alright, so we are taking them on their half our strength, but they do have a Titan, and we are all destroyers. So this may not go as well as I would hope. Ancient Cavitation Collapser. This high-energy weapon causes brutal micro-collapsing events on impact, generating tremendous heat and force inside its target's armor. Nutrient Replication is a rare, or the major capital buildings is also one that I've been waiting on. Oh, we can get 40 more fleet capacity, I think. So we'll get up to 240. But let's get the Ancient Nano Missile Cloud Launcher. Or how long would it take to get that? 2 years. This one that just popped up, we'll grab it, the Nutrient Replication. And I didn't mention the ones we have picked up. So let's look at a battleship with the Giga Cannon and compare. These are very equivalent. They do about the same damage. This does a little more because it has a slightly higher minimum damage. 920 instead of 910. Other than that, they are fairly identical. Range, firing arc, tracking, accuracy, cooldown, all the same. Now, this one does 150% shield damage, but minus 75 armor damage, and plus 25 hull damage, where this one is just 50 extra shield damage and minus 25% against armor, and no modifier to hull. Now, since I have Archaeo studies, I do get a 33% bonus to the damage of these weapons, which would make them more effective than the Giga Cannon overall, except against armor. But as I said before, my enemies use a good mix of armor and shields, so tearing down doing extra damage to shields isn't really going to help a whole lot, considering I'll be doing even less to armor. And my weapons that do less to armor anyway, like the autocannons, have been doing a good job of tearing down my enemies anyway. I don't need this, especially since I'm having a problem hanging on to minor artifacts. So while this is nice, it's not necessarily the best weapon. Now if we look at a different weapon slot, the Ancient Cavitation Collapser is equivalent to a plasma cannon, I believe. It does less damage, but it takes less penalty to shield. It does less versus armor, but the same bonus against hull. But it has no minimum range. Actually, that'd be more equivalent to lasers. 2013, it does even less damage than a laser. Let's see, the cooldown is equivalent to a laser. Accuracy, tracking, and range. Yeah, this is more equivalent to a laser. 50, minus 50, plus 50, plus 25. Minus 50, plus 50, plus 50 armor penetration. That's what it's doing. So it's ignoring half of the armor as well as doing bonus armor damage. But overall, it's doing about 50% less damage. However, I would get a 33% bonus to this weapon's damage. And it does have... It's not a bad weapon. I think it's more equivalent to the Tier 4 laser than to the Tier 5. Even with the Archaeo bonuses, it's still not as good as the Tier 5, and the fact that it requires minor artifacts makes it not that useful. If you are struggling with, like me, if you decided you wanted to make use of like these shields that use a lot of it. Honestly, I still think the shields are a real good deal even compared to these. These do 1680 in shield. The top level armor I have is 1740 in armor. One of these provides about 1,200 shields, which is about 50% less than I get from this, but it's also giving shield hardening. Now that's because I have Archaeo Engineers. Without Archaeo Engineers, this would have been useless to me a long time ago. While it doesn't provide as much shields as the large dark matter deflector, it also has a lower cost and lower power usage with the same daily shield regen. And the fact that it's giving me basically an extra auxiliary slot for shield hardening is great. So I can still consider these useful even with dark matter deflectors. They would not be as useful as going the psionic route and getting psi shields. Psi shields outpace these big time. And as far as the ancient pulse armor, that is 1,000 armor and 900 shield compared to 1740 in armor. It's still providing me 200 points more overall than the top level armor, but it would not be equivalent to the dragon scale armor should I have access to it. I do a quick look around here at, oh, they've got combat in here, I think. Yeah, a 2K fleet versus all of their fleets. I think they're going to do some serious damage as these guys port in individually, but when they all get in over there, it's going to go bad for my side. Because they have a huge amount coming that way. But they'll be able to pick off a few of their fleets before they end up losing. Now that does mean they're going to be pushing this way, and I will probably end up losing these areas. I might be able to do a little bit of damage to them. Now that I'm healed, I could probably go hit Zolomon and take out these guys to keep them from adding in, but I think a better choice would be to pull back and strike somewhere else to make them redirect some of their fleets. Now they have also short-range weapons, so we'll probably start engaging about the same time. Oh, I started actually doing damage first. They fled. We did not lose a ship, but we did take 5,000 in hull damage. Mainly because they used disruptors. They did have missiles as well, and we had no point defense. But we took out 5 destroyers and 12 corvettes without a loss. We do have a couple of destroyers that are on the verge of death, so I think rather than taking on that station, a smarter tactic would be to heal back up to full. Let's just turn around and heal back up to full before we get into combat against this. Well, this is just an outpost. Never mind. Let's hit the outpost and then pull back to heal, because I do not think an outpost is going to have sufficient firepower to destroy a vessel. And that's one more system we will end up taking away from them that actually will provide us with rare crystals as well as energy credits. Zarklin's Pilgrims should easily flip this. Hell, they've already done almost half of its hull in damage and quite a bit of armor. They have advanced strike craft and focused arc emitter, went straight to hull. While we've only taken shield damage so far. And from here, we want to push on and get these 3 before we push back to get those, so that we interrupt their hyperlane network. Strike Force Guerrilla is starting to be built here, with the reinforcements for Dragon. It looks like Centaur has made it here, almost. No, they are here. Where is Centaur? There. They're 7 days out.
Battle debris secured. Engaging enemy station.
Yeah, we only took shield damage. So from here, we are going to push on and hit that one. that one, and that one, and start disrupting their line. We have begun an invasion on Yerg Oridon. This should be fairly easy for us. Almost 2k fleet versus 316. Oh, that does remind me, my other army should be back. It's in Redathi. So we can hold it back in reserve right now until we need to actually take a planet over there. Was Battle Core here? Yes. Battle Core is somewhere in this list. Returning to Arbitraeus system. Where's Arbitraeus? Oh, so all of them are cutting their losses and running way back down there, leaving Galactic Corps and Strike Corps on their own against these fleets, because they did come out of Zolomon. Since they pulled out of Zolomon, and Dragon is healthy and regenerates, I will have Dragon retake Zolomon. Or actually, no. I'm going to have Dragon pull back to Walaeus, where it's getting reinforcements from right now. And as soon as Pegasus merges with this other fleet, which I think I can do right now, yes, I will have Pegasus push out there and retake that system. We got 3,000 alloys out of the debris in Po Rava. Now I can push on here to scavenge the projects there. And it looks like... yeah, I am cloaked. It looks like we disabled their cloaking detection. I think it was the Kaid system that had their cloaking detection. I can't see what its cloaking detection is because it's not my starbase. This one would not decloak me. Now, since I haven't completely flipped this system yet, I'm curious whether it is me or the United Latrepians that will get this one. I think I should probably throw a claim on it just to be sure. It's only 33 points. No losses. We have flipped this system and it is now ours. Soran Combined Clans is in a defensive pact with the Veteresians. They did another 200 hull damage and 1,000 armor damage with their missiles and Gauss cannons. And we took out one constructor, which means more debris in that area. So this scientist has even more to scavenge there. I think the Latrepians are winning this fight. Have you decided to do anything? No. Still no orders with my... Now, part of this could be because of their loyalty. They are specifically hanging back and not doing anything. I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they had programmed them that way, so that the lower their loyalty, the more sluggish they were in combat or in assisting you. Oh, and we got that one in the Po Rava system. That was the debris we had gotten. So I can come back. Yeah, I am headed back to assist research there. Looking at their orders, they seem to be splitting up again. Some are going to Etrevip, some are going to Jaundice, some are going straight to Imileto. And they've changed their mind from popping up back down here, it appears. Those groups don't show what their orders are. And they only have 2 fleets left over here right now. They have a few that popped in over here. And another possibility as to why these guys are doing nothing is the fact that they are being integrated. That may have an effect. There's only about 5 years left on their integration. It looks like my allies did push out the fleets here. At least 3 of the fleets went that way. They're entering orbit of the planet. They're going to attempt to lay siege to it. They have transports here. 1K worth. More than sufficient to conquer that world. Oh, the assault corps did pop up back over here. And it looks like 2 fleets are headed into Jaundice. These remaining are probably repairing. No, they're supposed to be headed to the Emileto system following Exocore. This one's moving to the Arbitraeus system, which was the one down here. Yeah, they did have some fleets pop up down here. But I'm not sure where they're headed from here. They may be going to try and go around to hit these systems. Again, I'm not that concerned about that. Pulling their forces away is what I want to do. I need to break up their fleet so I can overpower them. And I need to keep an eye up here occasionally to make sure they're not sneaking through. They've got some pretty nasty defenders there with the Miravandia Superior and the Hathcom Claris. Yeah, that one's minimum damage is almost as good as my... Actually, it's better than my maximum. This one is a lot better. So these mercenaries will be taking some damage. But that's why I hired them. Jaundice flipped pretty quickly because it was only an outpost. Emileto is 100k strength with a 60k oh man, they have defense platforms with their orbital ring. So that's a lot of firepower, 160k there. What about Hermia? Hermia looks like about 70k. So hopefully these guys will be rerouting back to their own territory after they knock out this other group, who seems to be alone. United Nations of Earth was given association status by the Allied Independent Systems.
Engaging enemy station. Construction complete.
Destiny Station has finished its other habitation module. Get started on that other generator district.
Engaging enemy station.
Nothing but shield damage. We are already taking hull damage, but we've already engaged the station, so hopefully we can flip it soon. Looks like yet another fleet showed up here. Because that one is higher than the one that was there. The one that was there was about 56. They're pushing on to Emileto. And this is where I want to kind of drag them down. in the United Latrepian domains where they suffer direct hull damage, and makes them a lot easier to pick off. Now, does my bonus to fire rate in friendly territory, is it home territory or friendly territory? Let's see. Home territory. So I don't think that would count for my being in my allies' territory. Dragon has made it here, so I can combine these fleets. Dragon is down 14 worms and 1 battleship. And I'm currently constructing a battleship and 11 of the worms, so they only need 3 more queued up, and then they will be fully outfitted again. So after Pegasus takes care of this outpost, I may send them back to Wallius for reinforcements. Actually, I'll probably send them on back to safe. Well, Wallius may work, even if it's slow. They aren't making use of the fact that there are 6 there, because all of their ships are going to require minor artifacts, which is going to slow down how quickly they get the reinforcements. It'll still put them in a good position to strike out. Since they aren't down too awfully much, I can't look at them there. Pegasus is missing 8 cruisers and 4 battleships, and those take a while to churn out anyway. Except right now, while we're in a defensive war, churning out things. Hell, my Titans only take about 2 years to churn out. I've already started churning out both of the Titans for Chimera that I was short. Oh, crap. I need to adjust something. I had closed some soldier jobs. There are some places where I just built precincts that may have pulled a soldier up from to a precinct. I can spare 1 enforcer here at Procloss to fill out Dawnlight, and that should get me up high enough. Yes, I have 9 Titans again. But I do want to keep going through and checking and seeing the ones that had just built and should have 5 enforcers, if any of them pulled up from soldiers. No, this one didn't pull up soldiers. Oh, wrong job. Let's close out the 2 enforcers right now to make sure it doesn't pull any. Oh, this one still has 42 days on its precinct houses. And it's only going to need 1... Actually, it won't need either soldier. I mean, either enforcer. Okay, so for some reason I had miscalculated and closed 1 too many jobs. It wasn't that any soldiers got yanked. There they are again. That's only a 13k fleet. Scylla is in the process of repairing, and then it can strike out at them. I can go ahead and recloak, just so they don't know I'm coming unless they have sufficient intel on me. But I'm willing to bet they're pushing on into Kaid. If they flip Kaid, I'm not that worried about it. If it takes away from the Latrepians, I will have a shot at it once I flip Podanis, which is going to happen very soon. And I could always send Chimera up there. I forgot to check. Yeah, I had constructions queued up for Chimera. That was fairly quick. We took no damage because we took them out. Our Perdition Beam knocked down their shields, took out what little armor they had, and finished off their hull. So let's send them back to Wallius to repair. Actually, since I am currently getting reinforcements there, let's send them back to Euchromia to repair so it doesn't start putting the ships in their fleet instead. Oh, this battle's turned a little bit when another came in. Yeah, they're down to 150k versus 160. I'm 130. Even if I do have a little bit of damage, it might be worth coming in to help out. There's still a whole bunch that can come this way, though. And I don't want to get caught in a trap. Those are all going to Immileto. That one's going to Jezami. Where's Jezami? Oh, he's coming to the system the systems I'm taking away. Good. I am serving as the distraction I am supposed to be, and pulling one or two fleets to try and chase me down. I could make the difference in that fight, or I think I'm better off going back to repair, and then if they win this fight and start trying to push into Po Rava, getting them with the hull damage. Because I'll also have Dragon ready by then, hopefully. Yeah, they're going across to Kaid. Now that I am repaired with Scylla, though, I could get in position to ambush them. It'll only take me 23 days to get there. Now, where was that system they jumped down to? It looks like they have pulled back from it. My transport fleet has been fully repaired after its jump.
Ground objective secured.
Podanis is now mine. I lost 5 troops, and it looks like they were the regular mercenary army, not the mechanized. For now, let's have them land. But this is now my system. Oh, I can downgrade outposts that I have conquered. And I'm going to do that. So that way, if they flip the system back, they have lost a base. This just had a whole bunch of gun batteries on it. We will begin terraforming this to a continental world. It's got a large amount of crime. Because currently nobody is an enforcer. Just robots in the undesirables. We're going to need 5 humans and 3 enforcers. You know, for now, I could turn one of these into enforcers. What do we have 3 of? Kithen. Yeah, we have 3 Kithen. So let's find the Kithen. Set rights. Slavery type. Battle thralls. You are going to be the enforcers on this planet until I get around to replacing you. There we go. That should lower the crime. And I think I am going to go ahead and start spreading out the population to my other worlds. I like to keep 2 clerk slots free on all of my other worlds so that I can have one population I am declining, and if it's about to decline, move another over, because when you first move a pop over, if I go to this world and move, say, a Metasaurin over here, they're not available until the month clicks over for me to start declining. So I have to already have one before the other is declined to be able to immediately go into another one. Over here it'd be mining jobs, that would work too, but I'm going to go through all of my stations and move one person over. As a matter of fact, I should probably go to sectors, so after I do the transfer I can just click back on the city, or I mean on the colony I need to. Shifting them around also took care of crime, because there are less people on this world to create crime. Because I have so many colonies, that is a lot of populations I can shift away and start dwindling down fairly quickly. Now these will go away at a month a pop, so after the others are slower, so I'm going to start on them on most of my other colonies. 26. We'll have only 6 robots left here by the time we purge one person on all the other worlds. So that's going to take care of quite a bit, which is good. And I shifted over a Ignerval and some Farine, so I have other populations to grow. And my first building is going to be replacing one of these chemical plants with a clone vat. And since this world has no real features, I will probably end up converting it to an ecumenopolis. It's a small size, but it would still help. I do need to create a sector and hire a new governor. Clear blockers. I'll get the one with the extended lifespan, Miguel Torres. You know, I would like to bank up my influence. This has about 2 years left. Who is my nearest constructor? The Stevedore. I need a gateway over in this area because their territory has no gateway. So I think I'm going to put it at Ramston. I don't have the influence for it yet, but they will when they get here. And they built the hyper relay right next to a system there. I'm going to put the gateway over here. It's going to take me almost 5 months to get there, so that works out. Hierarchy of Moffith broke their migration treaty with the Adnoran League. Ah, they're moving another fleet up. That's still going to pass right now. One of the Latrepians popped back up here. They're returning to Wallia Station for repairs. Yeah, they're going to be losing this battle. They've still got a fleet that's cloaked. They aren't decloaking to engage, I don't think. No, they're still cloaked and not participating in the battle, letting these two butcher these small remaining forces. Well, it's been a month that has clicked over. I can go ahead and get started on the declining of species. And while I'm at it, I should probably check and see if I picked up any of the species that I still use. No Farine, no Furbanites, no different humans, no Ignerval. Let me go ahead and get rid of this Latrepian template and this Sin template that I created. I also have this MTOC to get rid of. I have the Miravandia Superior, but they're cybernetic. They're getting destroyed. I have this Mishar template I created. No oxen litter. I have a Praku Variatus, which I will end up getting rid of. The Sildor. The Ubaric I created. And this post-Uva Zavani that I created, I can get rid of. And the Uthabulin. There, once we get all of these purged, that should have my list cleaned up again. Let's check in. Yeah, they're about to come through. I will be in position to ambush them soon.
Fleet action underway.
Oh, it's because I'm on aggressive that I automatically decloak and attack. Yeah, I keep Scylla on aggressive. This is going to be a butchery. Why are we pulling back to the starbase? It's friendly.
Battle debris secured.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're winning this battle. Camelot is now encased. It is also a Ecumenopolis. We got 500 alloys or just about out of that debris here in Zonabar. We have one more there to get. And we're about to have another debris here. They've already taken out a defense platform. They've stripped the shields on the Citadel and are already doing some damage to its hull. So that system may flip faster than I was hoping. They've also started on the orbital ring. There's a lot of defense platforms there. This task force looks like it's primarily frigates. Yeah, it's all frigates. So it'll do pretty good damage to their battleships, most likely. They've got the Devastator torpedoes. Yeah, they are taking quite a bit of damage, but they're working on the stations a little too quickly because they brought the numbers. And they have reinforcements inbound. They won this battle. Pushing out the ships. They're entering orbit of the station. Well, I was going back for repairs anyway. Oh, they've started to mobilize over here. That's 300k in fleets going after the Pilgrims. I need 2 more months for my jump, so I will probably, after I flip Serpis, I will probably jump away. They're going to have to spend time with these fleets taking care of that, and I'll be elsewhere. Let's see, we're a 30k fleet. That's a 2k. That's a 3k. How big is this starbase by itself? 30k. Oh, but they've also got a different starbase in there. That one's a 30k. I don't want to try my luck on an even fight with them. Their jump range is enough they can get to Redathi and meet up with Chimera and them if necessary. Heck, I could have them jump to Zandbor and hold there. But yeah, after I get to Serpis, I'll be able to jump out after I flip that one, since I only need 68 days, and hopefully that'll be before they can get over here to me. Since they cannot use hyperlanes, I've cut them off from them and created a little chaos back here. And then I will jump out while they've wasted 300k worth of their fleets chasing down a Phantom, giving me time to engage other of their fleets and whittle them down. Scylla has lost 10 destroyers, so I decided to start reinforcing it. I'm going to go ahead and buy some more alloys and make sure that it was fully reinforced. It was, yeah, because I noticed how low I was. Also, my constructor's order was interrupted because he was blocked by this space amoeba. So I am sending Fortress Legionnaires down to clear out the space amoeba in my ally or vassal's territory, especially since I'm about to take it over. I want it cleared. And Dragon is about to be at full strength. It just needs 9 more worms, and some of them are about to be churned out. Medusa is doing fairly well. All I'm missing are the cruisers. I think it's like 12 cruisers. Yeah, now they will take a while to churn out because each of them take 50 minor artifacts. So it will be one every 3 months or so, 3 or 4 months, that I can start on. But this other Titan is about refitted. It's 99% done. And Chimera is finishing off its... That's not Chimera. And Chimera is finishing off its worms. That will just leave... Its Charging Stallion is also being built. That will just leave the Hippogriff Roosts, which will also take about 50 apiece, and he needs 5 of those, so those will be a while. The 2 Titans will be out in under 2 years. Now my plan for this battle is to basically keep pushing on until I have obliterated the Glostrahenians. But that plan may not carry through. If I get attacked by the Gandler of Remnant, I may have to sue for a status quo if I'm winning the battle. But I would like to at least get rid of the Miravandian Coalition before I sue for peace, because that's one more ally of theirs that will be obliterated. And it will also be more territory for me down this way, making it easier for me to push into their territory. I would also like to take some of their territory away, specifically this section in the back here, leaving them just this section over here if I have to end the war early. But I would like to push the war until the Glostrahenians are gone. They have a lot of vassals. They'll end up losing that. They're also the number 1 right now because of the Federation and subject empires. Now I'm about to take away one of their subject empires. And if I can take out a huge chunk of their own territory, that would be great, because that will jump up my score as well. Now I'm about to lose score for subject empires, but I will be gaining for systems, colonies, pops, and economic strength when I take over these territories. Of course, that's another thing that may create a problem with the war. When these people are converted in about 5 years, I'm going to have a lot of planets that are in utter chaos because they don't have humans on them. So I'm going to have to do a lot of empire management, and I would like to be at peace for that. So I would like to at least get rid of the Miravandian Coalition before we end up at a status quo. Relative Navy strength keeps fluctuating a little bit. I've had it as low as in the 20s, upper 20s, and now it's back to negative 34 because my allies have lost a significant amount of ships. They lost several fleets right there, and they're about to lose some territory and fleets there. And their fleets have started returning, but they're relatively weak now. But I really need to cut out the Glostrahenians' fleet capacity and ability to churn out ships, as well as weaken them. That could cause their vassals to turn against them. Darforge is in a research agreement with the Oclaran Interplanetary Confederacy. Scylla is doing a good job against these frigates. I'm pretty sure I have destroyed far more than they've destroyed of me.
Ships refitted.
Strike Force Minotaur has been refitted, so now I can merge Strike Force Minotaur. No. Now I can merge Strike Force Minotaur with Medusa and get rid of Minotaur. I should have completed the jump, because I did order him just to jump past these guys. Nope, 5 more days. So I lost 10 ships and blew up 67. That's a very good trade. Apparently they didn't have shields either. I melted through their armor fairly easy and did extreme damage to the hull, but there were no shields. Did they go through a system that dropped their shields? This one does not. This one does not. No, they were designs without shields. So now we should pull back for repairs. I think I'll just repair here. And after I finish that debris, I will come over and scavenge that one. We're still 59 days out. But we're about to jump. Or we're about to enter the hyperlane. It'll still be a month and a half before I can jump. They're still doing fairly poorly here. A lot of their ships have ended up fleeing. And they are taking constant hull damage. Because this is my bastion. It's still showing this at full hull. Or close to it. Same for that. It's got fairly good hull. Their small task force is doing fairly well at holding on. Their ships are designed without shields too. Neutronium armor and crystal-infused plating on their frigates. They don't bother with shields. Oh, because they have cloaking. Ah, that was the cloaked fleet that was hiding over there. It popped over here to help in the battle, so it did participate. Now they do have more reinforcements inbound. So more than likely they will end up flipping Imoletto. And if they push into Autocracy of Rakaron space, I'll be happy. Because that will cause Autocracy of Rakaron to enter the battle. It'll also cut down on how much time it's going to take me to finish integrating them. Alright, he's made the jump. So now I can give him the order to start constructing the gateway site over here. It'll take him 5 months to get over there. And then several years to build it. 2 years to build it, and then 5 years to upgrade it. So that'll be a while before I get that gateway in position, but it'll be something that I've started. Okay, we finally made it to this system. They're about to gate through, and they'll flip this system extremely quick. I need 41 days. United Latrepians are in a research agreement with the Star Realms of Shar. Kesem Confederacy is in a migration treaty with the Rishethian state. The 3rd Exo-Orbital Corps have entered Jezamel. 29 days.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Which spaceport had enemy contact? Would that be Podanis? Oh, they're behind now. Did they flip the system? No, they still haven't gotten into Hull. They just brought in more vessels. It looks like their first batch fled, except for this one. Oh! They do have a 106K fleet that just came in here with a Titan. So that did turn the tide a little bit. Felnold built a gateway. Allied Multics ended their association status with the Allied Independent Systems. Following the 18th, moving to Porava, moving to Zolomon. They're splitting up. These two are going to Porava. This one's going to Zolomon by itself. And it is the weakest. I am so close to being full strength. I just need 3 more. And they'll be out in 10 days. And then Dragon will be moving in here to deal with, along with Pegasus, to deal with the ones going into Porava. They'll flip Porava pretty quickly, unfortunately. Alright, that fleet is headed to Zanbor. I'm in the process of repairing, and then I will go deal with them. It'll be at least 3 months before I get all these worms taken care of. That'll be the last of my worms, I believe. And I could have sworn I had a charging stallion under construction. Is it still under construction? No. Okay, so I am 1 charging stallion shy.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
I knew it was coming. "20 days.
Taking evasive action.
Did I get decloaked? Why are you evading hostiles while you're cloaked? I was almost done with that project. Yeah, you're cloaked. Why are you running? We are 100% repaired. It just hasn't clicked over, and we will regenerate a little along the way. So we are going to engage them. We did no damage. They just blew this outpost up really quickly with a focused arc emitter. Reshethian State completed their science nexus. 12 days. You know what? Forget flipping this system. Let's just move parallel to it until we can jump. Alright, we can jump now. Takes 14 days to jump, but let's jump back here. And hopefully we will get that jump completed before they get in here. It should take more than 14 days for them to cross that distance and come through the hyperlane. Those are all the reinforcements for Scylla. They'll take 3 months to reach my fleet. Alright, after you attack that space amoeba, hunt this one down. They've actually started doing some hull damage to the... and they flipped that one, unfortunately. That has lost all of its defense platforms. That one still has one left that was flipped over. Boy, their 100k fleet dropped in power quick, didn't it? Okay, so they will lose that system. There's even more reinforcements inbound. Dragon is at full strength. We're headed to Porava. And Pegasus will be in tow. Actually, let's do this a little differently. No, I think it'll take about the same time. I don't want them jumping back and forth through hyper relays. Yeah, let's do this a little differently. Before you meet up with them, head that way, just to make sure they make it to the hyper relay and in the system before you start following. Yeah, they've already flipped this one pretty quickly. They did take some damage. That's 270. I'm 280. Or 290.
Fleet action underway. Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Okay, they jumped. Fel Null built a gateway. Our term as the custodian will end in 5 years. Right now this is going to fail. It's still got a couple years. Miravandian Coalition are in a migration treaty with the Fel Null. Glosswerhenian are in a commercial pact with the Citizens Confederation of Gavazul. I was cloaked! That is wrong. I was cloaked. That should not have happened. Fortress Legionnaires have engaged the spaceborne amoeba. So how did they attack a cloaked vessel?
Spaceport lost to enemy action. Science ship lost with all hands.
Yeah, I do not understand how they saw me while I was cloaked. Why did my cloak drop? I do not understand. Alright, we got all 3 of the space amoeba and only took a little armor damage. We're on our way to get the next group. So we lost a science ship. And a scientist. And I believe every ship I have that has a scientist is busy doing something else. Now this one is assisting detection on Star Realms of Shar. I don't really need this guy over here anymore. Let's jump. To there. And then after we jump to there, we will start moving around here to be able to jump over there. I will go ahead and assign a new leader. That'll give me an overall 10% research speed. Oh, there we go. There's another 15 to everything. So when I'm done with materials, I'll have somebody to replace Amy Keeler or when she passes away. You know, instead of jumping, I could just experimental subspace navigation over kind of this direction. How long would that take? Probably more time than the jump. Let's go back to passive. I'm not happy about losing that science ship that was cloaked and was researching debris. Actually, better idea. I can jump here, which will give me gateway access, which will allow me to pop up over here and start researching the debris in Kaid. Now, Zarkum's pilgrims are going to need 6 more months before they can jump someplace else to start creating havoc. And I may jump back over here just to drag them further out. I don't believe they can handle the actual bases. Yeah, they're a little too close for comfort for their strength level, but Chimera can take care of that. I need to cut off their gateways back over here, but they have so many close together that's hard to do. There's 3 in a cluster right there. There's a 4th, a 5th, a 6th. Of course, that's one I built. The 7th, well, that's the L gate. But yeah, if I can cut out this section from them, I'll also get a primitive civilization. And there's another one there, and another one there. But if I can cut out this section from them, I would have to worry about the Fel Null being able to come up, but this would be a choke point that they couldn't jump from. And of course, I don't mind them squabbling over these systems. It keeps them out of my territory while I'm reinforcing. They're about to lose Imoletto. Now they have suffered some losses. That's only about 125k there. 160 there. There's where the mass of fleets are right now, is at Bombala. Transport Fleet 88 is ready to land on Varba. Yeah, I've been churning out 3 armies for 8 different worlds I have, and then clustering them together. That's about a K fleet. And then landing them on these planets that might be subject to invasion. The next set is going to come to Nagrama and then Pildara. And then I will start strengthening my border systems. But if we are able to push them back from these areas, I can in turn... Oh, they're about to meet up. That's about to be 340k. Change of plans, Dragon. We're going there. And we're going to see which direction they go. Osiris colonies are in a commercial pact with the Archives.
Fleet action underway.
That would be Scylla. Engaging them. Looks like Scylla's already suffered some losses. Yeah, 2 more ships are gone. We are no longer connected with United Latrepian domains because they lost their capital. Or lost the starbase in their capital system. Now they have lost 364 ships to our 366. And the majority of that is my allies, I believe, that have lost the ships. So we're a bit more even, but they obviously have... That's more percentage of our fleets than theirs. That's only a quarter of their fleet. But it's almost half of ours, 366. So we're suffering a lot more exhaustion than they are. So we lost 8 destroyers, but we took out 2 cruisers, 3 destroyers, and 12 corvettes. Not a bad trade, but I'm still losing ships pretty heavily. We'll go back to Kaid to repair. And let's go ahead and reinforce our other should be here in a couple of months. They had missiles. Looks like I'm out of alloys with those 8. Now as soon as my science vessel gets over here... Oh, I do need to flip the system before I leave. The Citizens Confederation of Gavazul have started building a science nexus. Crash and burn Jaz Gavazi. Alright, they have 4 fleets over here now. I decided to mobilize Medusa and send them this way as well. They'll be there in a month. So I should have equivalent strength to them. That would be about 400k. They've got a little bit more, but they've got some wounded ships. As long as I haven't lost territory, I'm fine with the status quo when I'm forced into it. I do have other fleets that aren't participating right now, though. In about a month, I can start mobilizing Chimera. I was kind of hoping to see where, when their fleets are away from gateways, I'm going to retake Raprix. because that will give me a gateway access, so I can jump Chimera down there and then use the gateway to bring in the Doomsday and Zarkland's Pilgrims and start pushing out from here and try and get this other gateway away from them as well. But if I attack that now while they have people parked at gateways, I'm going to be kind of screwed, because they are just going to redirect over there. Miravandian Coalition declared us their rival. Now, that is another thing I would like to do. Oh, it looks like... yeah, they do have two systems here. I'm fine with the Autocracy of Rakaron claiming that one, if the Autocracy of Rakaron even bothers to get involved in this war.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
What spaceport? Ah, that would be this one. They're taking Oreb back from me. Fortress Legionnaires have engaged the other amoebas.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
Did no damage. Of course, it was just an outpost. Took a little bit more armor damage taking out those space amoeba. We did get debris. Alright, so you return home. Looks like you're going to travel all the way down there to Gateway back, and it will take 9 months. They're going to the Hyper Relay, which means they're pulling out of this system. As soon as these 3 fleets pull out, I will sweep in and take out that one. See, you are only 24K. It would be heavy losses, but they could take that system. They could definitely take this one. It's just an outpost. They're heading to the Hyper Relay, so it looks like the majority of them are pulling out, but some of them are stopping to bombard planets. So again, that's going to tie up some of their fleets. The ones I'm worried about are these 3 that are just seem to be parked at a gateway. Well, they're moving to a Hyper Relay now. They're away from a gateway. These 2 are going to a Hyper Relay as well. I think now might be the time to strike here. They just pulled in. That's a 32K fleet with a 26K. I could definitely handle this with my fleet. And the shipyard is done, so the reinforcements should be there. So we're going to have both Chimera and the Doomsday jump in to Raprix. And as soon as they flip Raprix, this transport fleet can come in to retake the planet. I've got 800K. They have 341. You know, I could send Zarkland's Pilgrims up to flip this system. That would take 3 months. But they're not doing anything else right now. I do need to obliterate the Miravandian Coalition before status quo. Fortress Legionnaires paid dividends with a little bit of research. Our garrison on Dantariga is facing invaders. So they have begun invading the capitals there. The Citizens Alliance of Orcam Fung has embraced the Association of Research Efficiency and become more materialist.
Fleet action underway.
Just making sure they're both engaged. Alright, they're pulling out with the hyper relay. All three of my fleets are in position. We are going to retake this system and take out that fleet. They're turning around to try and get to this gateway. But if we can flip this gateway fast enough and then get to the next system to flip it, it will cut out their ability to come over here. This is another gateway. They're at a hyper relay. They're not at the gateway yet. These are just small fleets. I'm not worried about them. That's a small fleet that's bound for the gateway. There's a gateway over here, unfortunately. And these fleets are headed for it. So we need to flip the system quickly.
Fleet action underway.
Pegasus and Chimera have come in here. We should be able to flip the system fairly quickly. Miravandia Coalition has entered into a migration treaty with the Sovereign Jazajan Assembly. A Cano-organism was given association status by the Pan-Galactic Pact, and the Glossrahenians broke off their research agreement with the Veteresians.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Which spaceport? Oh, they popped the strike core up that way, so I've got to keep an eye on them. Did I flip one of these spaceports already? No. Chimera's already lost a few ships. But they have also lost a few ships. I'm not sure which spaceport has enemy contact. I mean, I don't really control a spaceport in a system with a planet that would have troops that could shoot out. So I have no idea which spaceport just got enemy contact. Again, that information needs a pop-up directing you to it. United Nations of Earth has ended their association status with the Allied Independent Systems, and I did notice one of these fleets is on its way to attack Strike Force Pegasus. And the other fleet over here was headed to... Oh, he changed his mind. Yeah, the 18th Exo Orbital Core was originally on its way to the gateway to head to Riprix, but now it's decided to come in here and deal with Pegasus, who has just about decimated the fleet they were up against. These fleets are not faring well either, And if they don't have reinforcements coming in, I could probably quickly seize Talon and cut off their ability to gate over here. The nearest gate would end up being Hilos, and then they'd have some travel time. Especially if I bring the Zarkland's Pilgrims down to start hitting outposts and cut out their network. Most of these fleets were moving towards Hermia. Have they changed their minds? That one's moving to Jaundice. These are still moving to Hermia. These I have unknown orders on. That one's moving to the Thuram system, which was up here. So they may be trying to sneak around again. But after I push them out of Porava and Zolomon, I can pull back that way. Oh, I am missing one reinforcement, it appears. Scylla is fully repaired, so it's going to resume its attacks. I think I will get Ishnor. So that I have nothing behind me to worry about. Glosswarhenian Confederacy broke off their commercial pact with the Veteresian League.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
We completely obliterated that fleet. We were shooting their surrendered ships. Third Exo-Orbital Corps is coming back in here to join this group. But we have flipped the station. And they can no longer use the hyper relay. What spaceport keeps getting enemy contact? That would be this one is not mine. I would not be getting that notification. And nothing's attacking any of the spaceports I really control unless I'm flipping one of these and it's flipping back. But no, they're still all up in Hull. This fight is not going as quickly as I'd hoped.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
What spaceport? Give me more information. I don't know what's being attacked. I mean, I control these systems completely.
All sword ground elements are dropping on target.
United Nations was given association status with the Pan-Galactic Pact.
Engaging enemy station.
Veteresian League is ending their association status with the Allied Independent Systems. Citizens Alliance of Orcam Fung has broke off the commercial pact with the Veteresians.
Engaging enemy station.
Adnorum Imperium has declared Soran Clans their rival. Looks like they flipped this system. No, it's still ours. But the other fleet has made it in. However, they're both extremely weak now compared to us. Dragon's still pretty strong. Showing a lot of ships that didn't take damage. A lot of fleets were involved in this battle, apparently. Strike Force Chimera lost a cruiser, among other things. But we have flipped this system. So let's actually start repairing. And I can now send in my invasion force to land on the planet. Okay, that's for Autocracy for Acheron. We flipped that system now. So I can send Zarquin's Pilgrims down to Raprix. Yeah, we took nothing but shield damage. Adnorm Imperium declared Soran Combined Clans arrival. Now we still do have some combat. Pegasus, Medusa, and Dragon here. Scylla there. Strike Force Manticore. Ah, that must be Scylla's reinforcement. Strike Force Basilisk is also Scylla's reinforcement. As is Strike Force Cerberus. They've already flipped Hermia. Now they're working on the planets there. They are engaged up against Latrepian fleets that were here. We suffered no losses taking that orbital ring in Citadel. So we are going to push back here for repairs. And as soon as my fleet is done invading Kaid, I will send them up to take Ishnor. Looks like they won that combat up here, but I don't know where they're headed next.
Ground objective secured.
We lost one of our mechanized mercenary army. Blooming Fields has a 2K defense. So we are going to need to bombard that planet. Actually, let's have a look at that planet. No features, size 14, desert world. I think it's time for the Palpatine to make a statement. The majority of their fleets are down there. We've just about won this battle. Let's see where they're headed. We have lost administrative control of Jurg Savaranda to the United Latrepians, who control the Starbase. That's fine. I didn't mind that. We've reconnected to the United Latrepians. They've just about taken Verdera, finally. And the final reinforcement for Scylla will arrive in about a month. Gorgon has finally returned. I have them at Deneb Station, and they should be reinforcing soon and back in the battle. I'm still unsure where these guys are headed. It looks like they're massing up over here. And this fight is going poorly for them. One of their fleets has already fled. This one's down to 7K.
Battle debris secured.
I think we completely obliterated that fleet. So let's return to this station for repairs. We got 2,000 alloys out of that debris in the Kaid system. All of our admirals leveled up. We lost a cruiser with Medusa. Lost 5 cruisers with Dragon. and lost a battleship with Pegasus. That's unfortunate. We gutted the Void Core, and it looks like some of them did get away. We didn't completely obliterate them. We did obliterate one of them. That's what this means, is that's a fleet that is no longer in existence. So we destroyed at least one of the fleets. And that gives us some more battle debris. There's 2 debris in there. All of our combats are currently finished. Chimera is in the process of repairing here at the Juggernaut. This transport fleet is in the process of landing on Jenna. Hopefully we should be able to flip it back. They have a lot of fleets still mobile over here. Where's their other task force? There it is. It's moving to Porava. And actually, I think I will take... Now, I'll let them handle flipping Zolomon. I need to repair. Because I might need... Actually, I think I might need to send Medusa home. Just to keep an eye this direction.
Ground forces are dropping on target.
We should flip this fairly quickly, and then I will have the system back completely. They are massing some some fleets here. I would like to interrupt them bringing any further, but we will see. Where is the Pilgrims? Their jump drive is back. I think it's time for them to cause havoc again. So we'll jump to Parsac. And then depending on where we show up in Parsac is where I'm going to route. Alright, we showed up way over here. I want to route around their starbase. Because Oreb, I believe, yes, I have a claim on. And then I want to take Oreb back. After I take Oreb back, I will push up this way and get these 2. No, I think I will still push down and get these to interrupt their hyperlane network again. And draw some of them off. Fel Nol broke their migration treaty with the Shapan. Yeah, they are pushing to Marik. So change of plans. Pegasus and Dragon will be headed to Marik as well. We'll be there in 42 days. They might be there a little faster because I think they can use the hyper relays. Yes. That's going to be an ugly battle too. Marik Station is only about 79k. With that many fleets, they'll flip it pretty quickly. That's 500k. My fleets are damaged. And about 300k. Let's redirect Gorgon to repair there. Or do we sacrifice Marik? Let's leave Gorgon where it is. We'll send the other fleets that direction, but we may end up sacrificing Marik to create havoc elsewhere and maybe draw their fleets off. Marik is just a starbase. It is one of my shipyards, which is unfortunate. It does have torpedo batteries. It is currently churning out ships, but they will get overwhelmed and destroyed pretty quickly. I don't want to cancel them just yet, because I am sending fleets there. They're not really moving yet. Yeah, that is a lot of fleets. They'll probably be there in about a month or two. They don't have troops with them just yet. Verzak has entered a research agreement with the Miravandian Coalition. Yeah, altogether, I am just barely 300k. They are definitely 500k. And this station's only another 80. So this would be another devastating loss for me, more than likely. Though it is home territory, the problem is I am damaged. A lot of my ships are seriously damaged. If Gorgon can repair fast enough, and it looks like it's almost repaired, I may send them up there. They could do some damage. Hippogriff will be back next month. Now they can't use the hyper relay. They're going to have to travel to Marik. That will give me time to get there at least. You know what? It is time for these fleets to get involved in the war. It'll take me too long to get to a gateway, though. Alright, don't take point just yet. Keep going to repair. And then we'll drag them back with us somewhere. Chimera is repaired. They're at half strength, though. Gorgon is repaired. Gorgon is moving in. How long will it take Gorgon to get there? 30 days. I could jump, but that would cut down my combat effectiveness. Now the two of us are about 80k. This is only a 30k system with a gateway. We're going to push on to Talon. Strike Force Scylla is almost fully repaired and almost fully reinforced. Next month is when they're last. Nope, their last one should be merging now.
Ground forces are dropping on target.
We've just about taken Jenna, and Pollen Cloud won't be much further behind. It doesn't have much defenders. They have a just about dead battleship coming back into Marik Station. Their fleets are relatively weak, but I could cause some damage. I mean, they're not really my fleets. I don't mind sacrificing them. Let's see, if I contact Bags Holdings... You interested in consumer goods? Not really. Crystals is what I have the most of. Here, have some crystals. Citadel Research Institute actually has a pretty large one down there. I don't have the option to borrow a fleet. It must be a mercenary fleet. Great Human Empire doesn't have much. New Ubarak has a 30k fleet. They would be unwilling to trade their fleets, I'm willing to bet, because they are seriously disloyal. Yeah. Same for Rakaron. Let's give them more crystals. And I don't think they have fleets worth a damn. Yeah, both of their fleets are relatively weak. But that will give me a little bit more firepower to kind of throw at this and slow them down. Or I could use it to ambush other locations, like maybe take Etravip back, or cause chaos elsewhere. They agreed. They do have jump drives. That's a 30k fleet, so let's jump them there. And go to take on that base. Hopefully I can get this one transferred fast enough to assist. He has no orders now. Does that mean he changed his mind? Yes. Scylla has been fully repaired and is at full strength again. Time for them to get back into the fray. After they go back to the gateway, I will pull Gorgon back here, because it was churning out reinforcements for it at Deneb. Bags Holdings agreed to allow us to borrow this strike force. Let's just have them... They can't jump. Well, we'll go ahead and decloak. Huh. They're cloaked, but their ships are not capable of cloaking. Interesting. Fortress Legionnaires is repaired. We'll have them take point, and they are going to pull the autocracy of Rakaron with them, hopefully. Where do I want them to go? Let's send them to Raprix for now. It'll take about 4 months for them to get there, and we'll see if the autocracy of Rakaron starts following.
Ground objectives secured. Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
We have retaken Jenna. They have species that I currently had. I can switch the... I believe I can switch the rights now. Set rights. Slaves. There we go. So they're no longer purging those, at least. And I can get back to purging the species that are on here. There's some crime. Despite my enforcers. Let's replace that with... Well, the crime will go down when we start shifting people off worlds. And let's go ahead and shift one of everybody, one to every other world I have, just to cut down on the crime. Yeah, that got the crime manageable for now. I do think I am going to replace this stronghold with a precinct house, though. We need a new governor. Retired fleet officer would be good. This does have a starbase with shipyards here. And this world is going to need some humans over here, I think. But it's got a few. Pollen Cloud is going to need some humans over here. And an enforcer. I will check my Forge worlds like Camelot to see if I have any humans working as metallurgists or such. Bastion, perhaps. Nope. Earth 2 have any human artisans? No. Finn Castle? St. Natchful has human artisans. And I guess I will pull a soldier from Dawnlight to resettle to Pollen Cloud as the enforcer. Now this stability should update. Oh, I still need 2 humans here for politicians. Actually, let's pull them from other worlds as the culture workers. Let's pull one from Dawnlight and one from Flaxington. There, now this stability is back. And I'll worry about further maintenance on these worlds later. Now for now, I will have them re-land on Jenna. My other troops will push forward so that I can be with Scylla when it takes that system. Where is second extraorbital core? They have no orders. Okay. My Colossus is 40 days away from Blooming Fields, and then it will take 4 months for it to fire. Now that is going to annoy everybody. It's going to be a huge negative penalty. I think it's minus 100 for blowing up a world. Well, not necessarily everybody. It depends on their ethics. It really annoys xenophiles and egalitarians and stuff like that. Or that may be the neutron sweep that is only limited by...
Engaging enemy station.
Who's engaging a station? Oh, yes, you jumped in here. You're still 3 months out. So basically this group is about to suicide against that station because the others won't get there fast enough.
Fleet action underway.
The Archives gave us Strike Force Centaur. They have jump drives. Take them 2 months to get over here. Well, there's a gateway at Poligar. Hippogriff has returned. They need to repair before they come back into action. Strike Force Chimera has begun the attack here. The Juggernaut should be in with it shortly. They are still 3 days away from this loop before they go in there. Actually, at this point, I'll just tell them to go in there 47 days before they take this next system. I've never borrowed fleets from my vassals before, so I'm not quite sure how this works. Are they responsible for reinforcing the fleet, much like the mercenary companies? Or does it not get reinforced, and if I get it wiped out, it's just gone? That's the question. Or if it suffers losses, it's just gone. Now, I can't upgrade the fleet because I'm not the owner of it. But I do know, according to some forums, there were some strange things that happened when this first came out. In reverse, a person lended a fleet to his vassal to deal with a rebellion, and his vassal ended up turning the fleet into a mercenary company. So that was interesting, that you can turn a rented fleet into a mercenary company, or at least the AI could.
Engaging enemy station.
Would that be this fleet? Let's see if they've decided to start following yet. Nope, still no orders. They still have no orders. They had just merged with another fleet. I'm unsure what they're doing. That gives me time to repair at least.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
A small fleet popped out here. I don't know why my spaceport reported enemy contact. I haven't flipped the station yet. That's what churned it out, unless I flipped... No, I haven't even... Don't even see a orbital ring around here to have flipped. So that spaceport might be... Well, that's not my spaceport. It might be this one. I keep getting this information with no way of knowing where it is happening. So the Doomsday, the Sphinx, the Chimera, and the Charybdis are in combat. Charybdis must be a reinforcement fleet. Yes. They actually need to merge with Chimera. Oh, the Pilgrims flipped that outpost, parsecs. So it looks like I ended up making contact with this outpost before I pushed to the next one, but this ended up claiming it for me. While we're back here, we'll go ahead and just hit forward like this.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
What spaceport? Strike Force Pegasus has been repaired. Now all of my fleets are in the same general vicinity. I should be able to... Where are you going? You're just coming here to repair. I should be able to take Strike Force Griffin and merge it with Medusa. And likewise, I believe Strike Force Sphinx also belongs with Medusa. So it is full on its smaller ships. It just still needs the hails of arrows, which require minor artifacts. I could churn out another one here. Takes 3 months. We lost one frigate. Took out only one defense platform, it is saying, but we destroyed several corvettes and a destroyer. Now this fleet can merge and we will have them go in orbit of the star base along with the Juggernaut. And now I can move my troops in to take the planet. There's only about 200 troop strength there, and I still have a large portion. This ship must have churned out... They must have had a construction going on here at this when I flipped the starbase, so I got their ship. me go ahead and get rid of these fleets, temporary fleets I had that have 0 in them now. Alright, so this one needs a retrofit. We'll retrofit it into a wormling and upgrade it. It belongs with Chimera. Oh, it's got its full allotment of wormlings now. So, change of plans. Who needs... Who needs a Corvette? Gorgon. Pegasus doesn't have Corvettes. Yeah, it can be a wormling. And I'll send it back to Dragon. Alright, that's following Exocore now. Where's Exocore doing? Exocore is not here. Exocore is over here. And it's moving to the Talon system, which is the system that I am in the process, that I had just flipped, I believe, so hopefully they can't use the gateway. Let's go back and look. They are not to the gateway yet, so they won't be able to use the gateway to get here. I'm still 2 days out from being in position to crack Blooming Fields. They are finally following Fortress Legionnaires. So this is going to be a group of small craft. We are going to send them further on from Talon to kind of push out and create havoc and maybe stop the large force that is coming this way. Slow them down at least so that we can secure this area. Strike Force Sphinx is doing poorly against both the Citadel and the Orbital Ring.
Engaging enemy station.
That would be Scylla, I believe. Yes. Oh no. Now they're following Fortress Legionnaires. I had hoped they would continue what they were doing. Oh, they do have several large fleets over here. If they start following Fortress Legionnaires, we may be able to actually meet this large fleet in battle and do some damage. They're finally involving in the battle. Oh no, they're going to deal with their pirates. Let's see, do I see any more of my allies around? Kel Nudaran have small fleets. Yeah, it looks like this is what's left of the Latrepians. Ah, they finally made it in, the backup fleet. It's not involved in the combat yet, but hopefully it will tip the tide.
Battle debris secured.
We got 5,000 alloys out of that debris. We've got one more debris there. Alright, they have backed off. So I will send Gorgon back to Deneb. And send Pegasus and a Dragon is still repairing. So I will send Pegasus is at about half strength. I will send them back to Wallius. Actually, I'll send him... Yeah, Wallius has cheaper construction, I think. Now, if we look at the governor here, this governor is also a retired fleet officer. So this is a better place to churn out ships right now. I'm going to put him in orbit of the Doomsday so I can churn out some more reinforcements. I need some more worms. Worms take about a month, so let's queue up 4 of them. That way, in January, I can start readjusting.
Battle debris secured.
Got 10 alloys for that debris and sand bore. Medusa is now fully repaired.
Ships refitted.
This fleet is done. I think I'm going to relocate Dragon to Rapix as soon as it is done with repairs, so I will leave it there and actually churn out some more ships for Dragon. I need 5 more wormlings. That'll get me to December, and I'm pretty sure I need at least 6 worms. Yeah, I need a lot of work. Actually, let's get started on the destroyers. I only need 2 of them. Or the cruisers, I need 3 of. So yeah, change of plans. We need 3 cruisers. And 2 destroyers. And then we needed a bunch of worms. So 2 more worms for that slot, 2 more worms for the slot above it. Nine more worms. We took damage, blew up a constructor ship, and flipped this citadel. So we will just enter orbit of this citadel to get our repairs. And this fleet can start moving in here to take systems, take planets. Let's see about Grasping Branch. Very little defense. 250. 404. We'll start with Grasping Branch, and we may actually, after we get healed up, start moving around with that one to take the decimate the others. Oh, they have a fleet incoming. Oh, they have multiple fleets incoming. 70, 60, that's about 125k. That's about equivalent to my fleet. How close are they? They've just hit the hyper relay. We're going to redirect Fortress Legionnaires this way. Are these guys moving yet? Yeah, they're almost to the hyper relay. So we should be able to hyper relay over there fairly quickly with Fortress Legionnaires. Yeah, it says about a month and a half. And most of that is going to be this travel time between the hyper relay and the starbase. That'll get me about 180. And then these fleets combined, I should be able to crush them. Their remaining fleets are going to be relatively weak because they've just been churned out. So I might push forward and take out their ability to produce. It looks like it's these 2 that are the ones I really need to take. but I'm going to have to go through these to get to them. That one still hasn't entered combat yet.
Ground forces are dropping on target.
We're about to flip the planet in the Talon system. Dragon has been fully repaired. Time to send it to Raprix.
Fleet action underway.
Wait, they got to use the hyper relay? That is so unfair. This is not going to go well for Scylla. In that case, change of plans with the transport fleet. Hold position. Still a month out. I think Scylla is going to suffer some heavy losses before that month is up. Star Realm of Shar has declared war on the Adnoran League. The Sharan Pan-Galactic War of Overlordship. So they are seeking to subjugate the Adnoran League. They're also against the Hierarchy of Moffat, the Kessin Confederacy, and the Citizens Confederation of Gavazul.
Engaging enemy station.
Okay, now they've engaged. They're still weak compared to this, but I think that station is already flipped. It's these two against a station. I think they can handle it. That's just the hull point weakness. Their overall military power should be higher. Where did those fleets go? They did not end up in Talon. The Astral Core is there. Ah, they're all coming from the Singularity direction. We'll wait until they're a little closer to decide. But that means that they pulled away from places like this. I should be able to reflip them. After we get Etravip, we can get Jaundice. They have a small fleet there. I do have my other fleets that are in the process of... Well, Pegasus is healthy and it's 90k. That would be close to them and they're already wounded. Kraken belongs with Gorgon. Oh, they're not close enough yet. Yeah, I might reunite all of my fleets. Well, they're all at gateways, honestly. So yeah, if we were to take our fleets, that's 100k, 300 or 400k. Well, Strike Force Centaur is not necessarily going to come with me. But that would be 350k, 450k, 500 and about 600k versus no, they've got more than double my fleet power. So we are just going to once again abandon Talon and let them take the time to retake it and Raprix. If we flip this system fast enough, I am going to downgrade their starbase. Because that was anchorage and shipyard. And that will cut down on some of their ability to build reinforcements. And I might also downgrade Raprix if they start headed that way. But yes, I'm going to start denying them the ability to build reinforcements and cut down on their naval capacity. So yeah, we will have Pegasus head this way, I think. I think we might converge and smash this fleet. It's at 66%. See, it would take me 56 days to get there. 3 months to get there. Three months for Gorgon and Kraken to get there. Oh, Centaur is, Morays and Gorgons. 52 Gorgon-class corvettes. That's more than enough to reinforce that. Where did I get Centaur from? Centaur's the one that's going to take the longest, but that's because they're cloaked. Oh, that Centaur is a fleet I borrowed. Deactivate cloaking so you get there a little faster. Yeah, about 3 months for all of my fleets to converge on Herma, and we will try pushing them out of Latrepian space, retaking Imileto. I think I may even send Hippogriff over this way. Also 3 months. Chimera and the Doomsday both do still have their jump drives. So I could send them on a merry chase. I just would like to get repaired more. Basically, I could jump down someplace else. Like, say, Zultar's Maw. That's another area that... Well, that area has an L gate. That would be hard for me to hold. But I could jump down to, say, XT-81 Singularity and start running rampant through Fel Null space. Because Fel Null is a big contributor to these fleets. And if I just start running through this area, forcing them to come back down this way, that may work. We are blowing up their ships. How much longer until Task Force Campus is on its way? Fortress Legionnaires have arrived. Yeah, they're hitting them from behind. And then Task Force Campus will be here, along with, eventually, those. So we may end up smashing the Miravandian fleets and being able to push on. The Pilgrims took an outpost over here. Yeah, because we're going to be causing havoc back here with the Pilgrims, disrupting their production. If we jump down into Fel Null space and start trying to disrupt there, we do need to seize a gateway pretty quickly, so that we have a means of egress, because they are going to be pushing to a system with a gateway, and we need an out. Right now they're at an L gate. Because it'll take 7 months for our jump drives to come back. So if we jump and then they use a gateway, so maybe we do hit here and then sweep across to there to get the gateway. But we'd also have to take a planet in this system, wouldn't we? Yes. And it's got a large garrison. Well, we'll just have to see how things develop. Hierarchy of Moffith is in a migration treaty with the Rushethian state. Kesem Confederacy is in a migration treaty with the Miravandian coalition. This war is not quite over yet. They have all made it to the hyper relay, so it will not take them long to get here. They're not performing as well as I'd hoped against that outpost. Chimera is healthy. We don't have very long. I'm going to leave my forces on the planet. Those were mercenaries anyway. But these two need to bail. So we will go to XT81 Singularity and just start pushing down through Outpost just to kind of put our distance and try our best to play keep away. Rishethian State is in a research agreement with the Kesem Confederacy. My fleet is about ready to collapse. How close are the ones that are following? They should be here shortly. These already say they're attacking the vanquishing Guerrilla. But most of Scylla's ships have withdrawn. They've got 2 destroyers left.
New species variant available.
Alright, Scylla lost. They only lost 30 of their destroyers. I think they did a good showing, considering what they were up against. And it looks like Fortress Legionnaires also fled. Now maybe they will push on through and attack these groups, but they don't have the strength anymore. I am hoping I actually finish this debris before they come into the system. I had some Furbanites that were not my specific species, so I had to modify them. I think that was the only species that needed to be modified out of all the ones that I plan on using. So they will be gone for over a year, both Scylla and Fortress Legionnaires, unfortunately. We've got 3 more to eliminate to shut off this system, but I think they are already en route to the hyper relay. That's a hierarchy of Moffith fleet in here. I can't tell how long it's going to take them to make the trip. We've got only 12 days left before our jump. Hopefully we will make it. They're finally doing damage to the hull. And I did notice when these systems convert completely with Total War, they lose the Bastion-only improvements that are allowing it to lower hull and the like. Yeah, the shield magnifier and the disintegrator field get taken away when the system is fully converted. So I want to keep an eye on these and make sure they jump.
Engaging enemy station.
Yes, we got out. Now the question is, am I going to claim this system? It would cost 112. I'm not going to spend the 112. I'm going to see who gets the system. But we are in the middle of engaging this outpost. And then we're going to start running through their backfield as quick as possible. We will have our jump capability in case they try to head us off, hopefully before they get to us. And they most likely will attempt to retake Raprix. So I have cut down on what I'm churning out. Everything here will be done within a month, and I can get these reinforcements out of here to meet up with my other fleets. Yeah, they did engage in battle here. And it looks like they might end up winning because the ships were already so beat up. But I did get the Autocracy of Rakaron somewhat involved in the war. These are still not mobilizing. I'm about a month away from hitting the Astral Core. And these are about a couple weeks behind. How many troops do they have on Mont Grima? Only 194. Here on their capital, we did land some troops. Let's embark all, but split off 3 to leave behind. Because I am building a garrison here. And these 15 should be ready to jump to there. It is in range. If it looks like we're going to win, actually it does look like we're going to win, I think. So let's go ahead and have them initiate the order to jump. So they can quickly get in position to flip this planet. Speaking of flipping planets, 2 troops left.
Spaceport reports enemy contact. Spaceport lost to enemy action. Sword 1 Actual reports all ground objectives secured.
We're down to a 651 strength, it appears. We're going to stay landed on the planet, but we did flip the planet. Unfortunately, they were able to flip the station before I could flip the entire system. 15 more days. The Citadel did do a little bit of hull and armor damage. Why do I have 2 Strike Force Chimeras? That was a weird display bug. I guess the other is a reinforcement fleet. There it is. Yeah, I was churning out ships here. That outpost has already been flipped, it says. Let it advance enough to... We're going to head toward the outpost just so we can merge. Actually, I think the Doomsday will push on. But I want these 2 to merge up. And actually, let's spread the chaos. These are outposts. We'll head that way. These are 2 frigates. I need more. But I think I will actually use the reinforcement function here for Chimera. Yeah, they'll all be churned out at the Doomsday. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frigates. I can drop 2 of those because I'm about to merge them over, and then it'll have 3 destroyers. Everything else is going to take minor artifacts. And we took a little bit of armor damage. 84 points I'm not that worried about. It is the Pegasus and the Wormlings that took it. I believe the Wormlings might regenerate. No. And I know the Pegasus does not. So yeah, those will suffer the damage till we get to a place where we can repair, but we need to push on and quickly capture terrain first before they remobilize their troops to head this way. And we're basically trying to distract them. To give my other forces... Yeah, they are going to attempt to retake Raprix. That one's going back to Imileto. I don't think they will make it in time. My forces are only like 15 days out, which means they should be in... Yes, they're in the process of gating through. We should intercept and crush them. We've just about flipped this citadel. Attacking Mulgarima Station. Okay, they're coming in here to flip this. How close are they? They're pretty far out. It's going to take them a while to get over into this system. I should be able to get my troops on the planet and flip the system. Or at least start on the war. And hopefully as soon as the system flips, it'll start doing hull damage to them. But I'm going to pull these two fleets out back to friendly territory to repair.
Fleet action underway.
Okay, I'm probably going to lose this planet. So I'm wondering if I want to tear it up before I leave. We did succeed, but we suffered heavy casualties. But we did manage to flip the system. They have jumped in, have them land on the planet, and have these two fleets pull back to Dawkin for repairs. Apparently Sphinx is a lot slower than Minotaur, or it's much further away. Ah, because it jumped, right? Yes. Half sublight speed. Pegasus and Gorgon have engaged the Astral Core and the star bases. They moved another fleet back in here. Let me redirect Dragon. See, if we jump there and then go in there. Yeah, I could set them back quite a bit by downgrading all of these buildings, I believe. Since I do not believe I'm going to get to keep this, we're going to do some scorched earth while we have it. It's a shame I don't get any resources back for downgrading and demolishing these. See, demolish is the delete key. There we go. We have scrapped this planet. Is there anybody on here I would like to keep? There's a Mirovandia and a Furbanite. So we are going to take them away from them. We will resettle them to... We'll resettle the Furbanite here. And I do have an agricultural world I could resettle the other two. Truett is full. Well, I'll just remember Talon 3 is going to it. There's at least one agricultural world that could still use workers. Mindos. Well, that's a different Miravandia. So I'm not interested in that one. Just the Furbanite then. Now, since I shifted the Furbanite, I'm not going to be able to start a project to change it. Yeah, let's just go to the Miravandia and see. Yeah, it's a different category of Miravandia. But the Furbanite, there should only be one category of Furbanites. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to shift him because I just shifted him from, transferred him from one world to another. I've got to get closer to transfer here. Let's have this fleet diverge to here. That should allow me to catch up. Close enough right there to merge the two. Oh, there was another species I forgot to change the rights on. I do want to get rid of the fact that I'm purging humanoids, because I'm going to be causing enough damage firing my Colossus. 2 more days here. Alright, this one is done. Let's downgrade this outpost so that they don't get another good base. They are on their way in here. I think the best choice is just to jump out. That's the fastest way for us to get out. Well, the tide has turned in this battle. The autocracy of Rakaron is losing their fleets. I'm almost done with that debris. My next order was to go to Stellaris, but I'm not going there. So after I finish that debris, I need to relocate elsewhere. They have taken some heavy casualties to their hull. I mean, it wouldn't take much to be able to take them out. But Dragon is still a ways away. I'm almost done with that debris as well. Following Strike Corps that is following 9th Extra Orbital. That one is merging. That one's going to Talon. That one, those are following Exocore that is moving to the XT-81 Singularity System. So they're attempting to track me down. They're weak. If they come by themselves, I can handle them. And it's going to take them a while to get to me. But I don't know how many of these others are following them. See, one was following 9th Extraorbital Corps. And it looks like they decided not to go into Talon with the groups that were here. It's somebody back here who is still going to Talon. Yeah. There's 1st Extraorbital. Battle Corps and Galactic Corps. Where is 9th? Oh, they must be back here. Yeah, there's 9th Extraorbital Corps. That one's going to Bombala. So yeah, they're going to reattempt the offensive over this way, since I have been retaking things, after we smash this fleet and hopefully flip that system. They did flip the planets, unfortunately. And it's got a fairly sizable garrison, but it's all assault armies. But after we smash these fleets, we're pulling back out. We're just causing mayhem.
Engaging enemy station.
Zarklin's Pilgrims is flipping another outpost. Well, they made that jump pretty quickly. But they're going through the L gate. I don't have visual there. They're currently in the L cluster. So they're going to have to redirect to another L gate. Zulter's Maw is an L gate. They could be coming this way. Or they could be popping up. I believe there was one in this vicinity.
Battle debris secured.
We got 10,000 alloys in the Po-Rava system. Now we should be able to get out of there. And we got 500 alloys in the Zanbor system. Now let's pull away back to Podanis. We'll hide there because this is a nebula, so it boosts our cloaking strength. They should not be able to decloak us there. We are 2/3 of the way through firing the weapon. That leaves about 10 days. We've got about 6 months, a little over 5 months actually, before we can jump again. So we've got to stay ahead of them. Now so far, we've lost 433 ships to their 667. And we're getting about on par with our war exhaustion from that. They've lost 30 armies, we've lost 67. Now that we have flipped this star base, it still hasn't gotten the bulwark stuff back. Of course, it hasn't repaired yet either. Alright, it's going to take me 3 months to get over here to them. But it looks like they are doing quite poorly because of the hull damage. A lot of their ships have already withdrawn. Most of their ships are very low in hull. If this system had some disruptors, it would be butchering them, because it would be bypassing their shields and armor and going straight to the hull. They do have less disengagement chance, so it is easier to blow them up here. Now, Gorgon has also had some retreats. Hippogriff is still doing relatively well because they just entered the system. I wish you could dismantle hyper relays, because they do require upkeep. So there is the problem, is that you have to pay upkeep on hyper relays you conquer if you don't want them. Because, I mean, this is like a hyper relay back to a dead-end system. There's no colonies or anything in here. There's no point for this hyper relay network here. But there's no way for me, even after the war is over, to dismantle a hyper relay. Let's see, can you detonate one? No. No, you can't even use a world cracker on one. You can crack habitats, but not hyper relays or gateways. And I would think a constructor would be able to at least dismantle them. I mean, they built them. You would think in an area you controlled, you could send a constructor to dismantle the hyper relay. But it would take time, much like constructing it did. That is one thing about instantly downgrading starbases. I honestly think downgrading a starbase or getting rid of a building should take at least a month. Zarklin's Pilgrims flipped another outpost. We're going to continue to hit their back ranks and mess up their network. 4th extraorbital is merging with Aether Core. Aether Core is entering orbit of Talon Station. 2 of these fleets, tiny ones, are going to Imileto. Unknown orders there. Now, even though I don't have visual on this system, I'm supposed to have 100% visual on their fleets, so I should know where their fleets are at all times. They did move a large fleet here into Imileto. We've almost obliterated the Astral Core. They still haven't flipped the system. They've got a couple of cruisers, a battleship, looks like several battleships still in action. But all their smaller craft have already fled because their hull got too low. We have just sent a message to them. Yeah, we just cracked their world. It is now a ring that once encircled the planet that has been absolutely demolished. Now that probably means I can no longer build a habitat over this world. Now that the Palpatine has done its job, it's going to return back to Earth, or Unity. Deneb Starbase, rather. It's going to take 4 months to get back there. They're still putting up a fight here in this system. Here's my Fortress Legionnaire replacements. My fleet from Rapix has made it here. It's supposed to be meeting up with Dragon, so we will jump over to the Wolius system, where Dragon is heading through. We push them out of this system. We lost a handful of corvettes and frigates. Took out 6 battleships for the Astral Core. I definitely say that was a good trade. Frigates and corvettes for battleships and destroyers, or a destroyer. So I want these fleets to head out. Let's send Gorgon back home. Pegasus will go back home. Medusa will go back home. Centaur will just go to the nearest station to repair. Kraken belongs with Gorgon. Now that the combat is over, I can merge the two. And that should leave Hippogriff, who is still relatively healthy, but there are a lot of high-capacity fleets around here, and more moving in. I need to redirect to a different front. It would take 6 months for Hippogriff to get all the way over there, but I can jump. I can jump to here, and then push on to Zolomon. We've reconnected with Bash Holdings, and we should have another empty fleet. Yeah, Kraken. Where is Strike Force Phoenix? Oh, that's the one building in the safe system. It's kind of annoying to me that it keeps reusing names. Alright, this is actually Dragon Reinforcements. This one is the Pegasus Reinforcements. This one is Medusa Reinforcements. This is Gorgon Reinforcements. This one is also Dragon Reinforcements. Oh, here they come. That is 180k just about. I can't handle that. So I think what we need to do is bypass a lot of these and just put some distance in between us. We need to get out of their territory. So let's see, from here, let's cut over there. No, further. Well, let's route here, then to there. Or actually, route here, then to here. We need to get to the Borobo system. So we're going to route around. Actually, in this case, we can push through. So yeah, let's just tell it to go to that station. But make sure you route outside of the well so that this one doesn't aggro. And I can push through this system on my way to Borbo. We should be able to meet up then and continue moving around. But they're going to be chasing us. And they're going to have a large amount of fleets and be able to flip these a little bit faster than we do. Our one advantage is we should be faster ships. Let's see, my overall movement rate, sublight speed, right now it says minus 25%. Now my overall sublight speed is minus 25%. I could have sworn I had a nice positive bonus to sublight speed for my ships. Because there's a 10%, and I should be running, let's look at the Titan. My thrusters do 125%. And then I have a minus 25% for what I don't know. But I could have sworn I had other bonuses, Empire-wide bonuses, that boosted my speed. Is it a policy? Hit and run should have been helping out. I could do rapid deployment. But overall, I should have a bonus to sublight speed. Maybe it's because I'm in hostile territory. Maybe it's a modifier they have. Yeah, this one's at minus 35% sublight speed. Let's check something in friendly territory. minus 35%. Plus 15. So I'm suffering a minus 50 in their territory, basically. I do have a positive sublight speed modifier. They've got a 30% bonus to sublight speed, so I'm not sure we're the faster ships anymore. I am running exotic gases as fuel, which is the plus 15%. Ah, no. I know why I have the negative modifier to sublight speed. 50% for having jumped. Normally we are plus 15. But they are actually the faster ships, it appears. Because they actually had like a plus 30. Well, no, this one's only got a 15. But some of their ships had plus 30. In pursuit of me. No, plus 40 with this battleship. So these are going to catch us, unfortunately. I'm just hoping to put some distance and get them to chase me for a while until this wears out. But I don't think I can hold them off for 7 months. I may end up having to do an emergency FTL. It's why I prefer to leave my jump for defense, and for offense get there however I can. So, like Zarklin's Pilgrims, their jump has already recharged. So they will be darting around, and if anybody comes to threaten them, they can jump away. But my other ships that jumped, well, that was a defensive jump. I was kind of hoping to get some distance and get them distracted elsewhere. But if they're going to chase down one of my fleets, and possibly my Doomsday, maybe I should separate them to make them split up. But if they're going to start chasing down those fleets, that's forces that aren't balled up with everything else that I can, so that I can kind of handle some of the others. I could probably have handled this group. But they have this large force amassing over here. It's a better idea just to flee and deal with it at a different time, and just kind of use the gates to keep spreading around.
Engaging enemy station.
Chimera is dealing with this station almost immediately. Shield nullification, sublight speed reduction. Bonus to evasion, at least. But that's going to make it easier for them to catch us. They finally won. They still haven't mobilized the rest of their fleets. United Latrepian are going to the Po-Rava system. It's just about flipped, but 6th Orbital Corps, Extra Orbital Corps, will have taken some heavy losses.
Ground forces are dropping on target.
We made it to Mulgrama to start the invasion before they came over here. They actually changed their mind, it appears. They're merging with the other fleets. Are any still on their way into this system? No, they pulled back. Yeah, this one pulled back to merge with another fleet. It looks like they are mobilizing to go that way. Oh, are they close enough to merge? Oh, that's... the original Scylla is back. So Scylla has returned. Fortress Legionnaires will be back in 2 more months. So Scylla was down 30 ships. That'll be half of them in the next 3 months. Kessim Confederacy is in a commercial pact with the Rishethian state. United Nations of Earth is in a migration treaty with the Star Realms of Shar.
Tracking enemy fleet.
This frigate ended up in combat, so it's not going to be able to join as reinforcement. That will slow them down a little bit, but not much.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Yep, they flipped the system pretty quickly. Strike Force Chimera flipped this system. So we will push on to Barabo. 4 more months. Why are you engaging? Well, if you want to hold them up by engaging on a suicide run with a single ship, go ahead. I could build another frigate. They're sending troops to the Rapric system. That's a single transport. I have insufficient armies here right now. I'm not sure why, with 3 enforcers in here. It's going to take them at least a month to get over here. Let's recruit some clones. Initiating the jump with Hippogriff was a mistake. Now, because of the slow speed, it was going to take them like 6 months. Over 6 months to get to Porava. That battle will be over by the time they get there. So I'm just redirecting them back to Polagar. Also, because of the delay in reinforcing some of my fleets, I have decided to finally move away from using the Archeo technology designs in most of my ships. As a matter of fact, I have redesigned everything from battleship down, with the exception of a Hippogriff Roost, which is currently in construction, to be shieldless, because Dragon is performing fairly well, as are my destroyers that are heavy shields, because my enemies are primarily autocannons, which would do reduced damage to this, but tear down the shields extremely fast. So I'm going to try these designs. They should turn out a little faster. And I won't have the delay waiting on the minor artifacts anymore. Now, I am keeping the minor artifact designs for the Titans. I will be keeping those because the Titans haven't needed to be replaced too often. And also for the Juggernaut and the Colossus. Well, the Colossus isn't using Archaeotech, but for the Juggernaut, I will be keeping that design. And I did redo one Titan, the Steed of Perseus. I changed my weapons out for it because it is never getting in range to use the Stormfire autocannons. The only time things get in range on it for it to make use of the Stormfire autocannons is if the rest of my fleet is dying. And I would rather have it be able to fire something, so I'm switching it to kinetic artillery. I did do a couple of other redesigns. The Gorgon's Claw, I am waiting 2 weeks, I think, so I can finally remove the dark matter cloaking from this vessel. At this point, cloaking is useless against most of the people I'm up against. They have sufficient detection to pop my ships, so that's a wasted auxiliary. The Gorgon's Breath, I've already redesigned. I've given it regenerative hull tissue. I am going to keep the Griffin design, and I will probably start making use of it, because Scylla has been doing extremely well with the fast-moving destroyers that were primarily autocannons. So I am going to put out a Griffin fleet, because I have seen Task Force Griffin as an option. And in that way, I will end up reworking it. And I am deciding to rework Scylla. I've taken out the cloaking device on the Morays and given them flak artillery to help at least mitigate some of the fighters and missiles that have been coming at me. But I'm designing a second destroyer for that fleet, the Electric Eel, which is all about bypass. I'm going to give it phase disruptors and cloud lightning, but it's still going to come into picket range for the better tracking so that it can also hit smaller craft fairly well. But this should also help them against star bases. Also for star bases, I have created a new design, the Lycan. The Lycan will be pretty much an all-cruiser fleet, the Task Force Werewolf when I make it. They're fairly fast-moving, and they are close range, completely to bypass armor, and because of the torpedoes, they should do massive damage to stations. However, the torpedoes are going to have to tear down the armor because the phase disruptors are going to be completely ignoring it for the most part. But I redesigned the hail of arrows to not use the Archaeotech. It is now all armor, so I should be able to churn them out a little faster. The Flying Stampede also went all armor, so it should be able to, and it is a line ship, so I believe it still gets close enough for the Stormfire autocannons, but it should be quicker to replace as well. Same for Medusa's Gaze. And I decided with Medusa's Gaze to replace all of their weapons with bypass and see how well it works out. This one is listed as artillery, so it may not get in range for the phase disruptors. I think I may switch this over to line. That way it will at least get in medium range, because these are all 60 to 40, while this one has a very large range. And again, I did not really redesign any of the Titans except for the Steed of Perseus. But with my two new fleets, the ones with the Lycan and the ones with the Griffins, I'm going to see how well they do. The Griffins would be really good at tearing up other fleets because they would have really good tracking to hit the smaller craft and high damage output from the autocannons. However, they will not have regenerative hull tissue. They're made for speed, though their invasion isn't quite as good as a Corvette. But you see how well I have max evasion Corvettes, and you see how well they stay alive. Enough stuff shoots at you, you're going to die. But as soon as these last 3 Gorgon's Claws come out, I can redesign the Gorgon's Claw class and set up Gorgon and its reinforcements to upgrade.
Fleet lost. Engaging enemy station.
Yeah, Strike Force Cyclops, that little reinforcement. Yeah, that's fine. I knew that was going to happen. It didn't get out of the system.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Which spaceport? That would be this one. They sent a lone transport ship in by itself. There's another one moving in as well. Hopefully the spaceport will be able to take them out. But I don't know, since I've downgraded it, that may not happen. However, the Genestation should have a fairly decent job of tearing them down before they get to the planet. And I'm also building clone armies here to bolster the defenses, since currently I have no armies on the planet. I do not understand why I do not have armies when I have the enforcers, but the armies have apparently been dying or something. Nothing's bombarding the planet.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
Fortress Legionnaires has returned. We will send them to the station to repair, and then move them to their home base to get their reinforcements. Another station has reported enemy contact where? Oh, a second ship moved in there. Now I need 9 more days. The Pilgrims have taken another station away from them. They have orders to continue moving on. I do have one reinforcement en route for Chimera. It looks like it's going to take about a month and a half. There, the Gorgon's Claw is done. Terraforming on Capella has finished faster than initially estimated, which left our terraforming specialists with time to experiment, and the results are impressive. The planet's natural traits have been enhanced to be both aesthetically pleasing and utilitarian. I can either get 10 amenities or happiness and immigration pool. We want the, well, we're going to have an abundance of amenities. Let's get the happiness, because I believe that will affect the slaves. Does it have to look so artificial? Now let's see. Yeah, they are getting a +5 for natural beauty and a +5 for nutritional plenitude. But all the other modifiers are setting them so far negative, it's not even funny. So it really didn't have a huge impact, except that's an extra +5 for my citizens. Now that that is done, I can redesign the Gorgon's Claw with regenerative hull tissue. That will enable me to upgrade these fleets. And since Gorgon is on its way back home, I can give it the order to upgrade at the station. And now the only fleet design I need to fix is Polagar. And I will need to wait until July to redesign the Hippogriff's Roost. So now I can get back to watching the battles and making sure my units aren't getting ambushed too quickly. Still 2 months out. This one is 3 months out. I think they're going to get caught. Nobody's moving in toward the Pilgrims just yet. Some of these are moving toward Raprix. They've taken some armor damage so far. So we're bypassing shields with our whirlwind missiles. As soon as the armor is down, we should start working on the hull, and they don't have that much hull, so hopefully we can take them out. Yeah, they've got quite a significant amount of fleets chasing down Chimera and the Doomsday, which was the purpose of that fleeing in that direction. That gives me time to recover in other areas. And I need to make sure that Fortress Legionnaires is no longer taking point. I don't want everybody else converging back to a fleet that is healing. They did get their task force over here before the Citadel fell. So Dragon, I don't think is necessary here anymore. I'm 21 days out. I think I may still end up participating in the battle. We'll see how it goes. And if I don't participate in the battle, I will flip Solomon before I head back to pick up my reinforcements. Dragon is the one fleet that doesn't need to really upgrade because there wasn't any changes I did to it.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
They finally sent in a fleet to deal with my spaceports. It looks like they lost their transports. I think they're about to flip the station.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
Yeah. I was expecting that. Now we do still currently have Jenna station, but it's not going to be there much longer. They are pulling out of this system to go back and reinforce and repair.
Spaceport reports enemy contact.
It's not that spaceport. It's probably another fleet moved in here. Yeah, 2 more fleets. That one's about to fall. The Einfeld has been fully repaired. I broke off 10 to upgrade into morays, while the remaining 60 became electric eels.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
Gorgon's reinforcements have been fully upgraded. Now Gorgon should be coming in to upgrade, so I'm going to hold off on adding more reinforcements until they are upgraded. Jenna Station did take out 2 frigates before it was flipped. They ended up only sending about 260k in there. These are following the transport fleets, and this should be the transport fleet, and it is on its way to Raprix. It's a single army. Jenna still hasn't generated its defensive armies, which, considering how many enforcers I have, it should have. They're about to enter the system. I am nowhere near leaving yet, so I will probably get caught in combat. There's no penalty to fleeing here, at least.
Science Division report success.
Global pacification. A shielding field is deployed around a planet, creating a barrier that is permanent and impenetrable, save for some wavelengths of light. Now, I do have an issue with the fact that you get a project to crack a shield around one planet, but this makes them permanently useless. They're just basically frozen in time and you can't do anything else about it. I think this should be reversible somehow. The same way I think you should be able to dismantle hyper relays and gateways. It should just take a massive effort. It should be a mega structure type project. Well, we're not really using shields much anymore. Let's work on applied superconductivity to boost our energy credits from jobs. Yep, they're on their way in. I'm probably about to be in combat.
Fleet action underway.
Alright, so I need to survive 13 days to get out of here. Centaur has been fully repaired. I can now send them someplace else. Yeah, they did end up flipping the station. Dragon is 41 days out now because it can't use the hyper relay. Centaur is a 45k fleet. I don't think they'd be able to flip Imileto on their own. I'm not sure where they are going. They can jump. I think I will have them take on Zolomon just to flip it. So as soon as this battle is over, Dragon can go home.
Fleet action underway. Ground objective secured. Ships refitted.
Alright. We are doing some damage to them. But we are going to be on the losing end of this big time. So we are just going to retreat. I lost 2 ships and had 8 damaged. We lost 2 battleships, 1 cruiser, and 9 frigates. Now let's look at our Chimera. Will be gone for a year and 7 months. We did not lose the Titan. I think it was a couple of cruisers we ended up losing. And since they are in nebulous space, I'm going to go ahead and cancel these 2 Pegasus. There's no point in churning them out at this point, since they won't be able to reconnect with their fleet and most likely will get killed. I think I am still going to keep flipping things with Doomsday. I think it can survive long enough to flee. Medusa's reinforcements have been upgraded. Medusa is now upgrading. We have taken over the planet in this system, flipping it back to the United Latrepian domains, which restored the Bulwark. And I am able to get out of here because they haven't moved fleets in yet. Though I think I may keep this fleet landed here just to make it harder for them to retake the system for now. Well, I could. I can't jump yet, but when I can jump, which is going to be in 3 months, I could pop over here and free up for Dara. It's got 860, whereas this army was... Nope, I can't take it. Not with that army. We have made it to the battle. At Norm Imperium was given association status by the Allied Independent Systems.
Engaging enemy station.
They've got 3
Spaceport
battleships
reports
left.
enemy contact.
We have lost administrative control of Guerrilla to United Latrepian domains, who control the starbase in the system. Actually, that's fine. I wanted that to happen. Now that is going to make cancel my landing order, I think. And I want to land on this planet to protect it. Strike Force Minotaur is fully repaired. That is one of my borrowed fleets. I'll wait till the other one is also ready, and then we might push in somewhere. Altogether, they're about 50 fleet strength. They might be able to take Imoleto together. I doubt it, though. They're in the middle of bombarding this, or invading this planet. Right now, this still has the Bulwark effects on it. As soon as they flip the planet, it will lose it. They're going back to Talon. Nutrient replication. The process of synthetically replicating crops requires a lot of collected waste to create a small amount of produce, but nevertheless provides a significant boost to agricultural output. Let's go ahead and knock out the ancient defensive web so we can compare it to the regular point defense. Now the Juggernaut, I believe, is in combat. No, it is Zarklin and the Juggernaut. Yeah, so we're about to attack this system. And the Juggernaut is about to attack this outpost. What are you doing? They're all following 9th Extraorbital Corps. So they are leaving. To go back to meet up with this group. That one's merging with 3rd. which is going to Ubilia. So they're going to push back into Porava and Solomon. They're going to attempt to bombard the planet here. Now it depends on if these guys change their mind and decide to try and hunt down my Juggernaut when I flip this station outpost. Nobody is currently trying to track down this one either. I can do a lot of damage. And if they all move over there, these fleets can start retaking things like Jaundice and Imileto. Strike Force Centaur, after it jumped, did not immediately go after that starbase. This fleet is about to be completely
Spaceport reports
obliterated.
enemy contact.
It had none of its ships survived, I do not believe. The Pilgrims flipped another outpost. They have one more they're chasing down. And then I will start whipping around this way to create havoc. We blew up 4 battleships and apparently took very little damage. We did not lose a ship, it says. Now I want them to return home. They are right there. They should end up flipping this system. Was that this spaceport that was under attack? Are they not attacking the spaceport? It's still showing under my control, and they look like they're leaving. So they did not flip this system back. That would be this spaceport. No, that one was already flipped. Ah, I see. The Miravanian coalition are starting to retake their territory. They're following the Parapet Terrors. They have no orders. Where are the Parapet Terrors? They're moving to Imileto, so they're going to attempt to retake Imileto. So I do need to get a fleet over this way to deal with them. After I get one fleet retrofitted or repaired, we're popping back over here to Redathi and moving up to start dealing with these. And hopefully I will bring a stronger fleet this time.
Spaceport lost to enemy action.
Fel Null Cooperative have entered a migration treaty with the Hierarchy of Mothith. Pegasus is now fully repaired. They're still upgrading, though. I have 16 days. I might as well wait until July 1st. So they did flip the Zambor system, which popped the Latrepian ship that was in here. So they're going to turn and shoot on it.
Engaging enemy station.
That would be Strike Force Centaur. Finally engaging this station. They've got some relatively weak fleets right there. Now they are moving others here, aren't they, still? That's going to Talon. Yes, 9th Extraorbital is going there. Ithaga Squadron is following them. So that's 200k in fleets right there. So they're sending 200k in fleets that direction. With any luck, Scylla will be repaired fairly quickly. I do have some dragon reinforcements here. Let's send them, set their home base to Shaula. And send them home. I mean, if the Latrepians would follow me here, though they are beat up, so yeah, that would be a bad idea. Centaur can probably delay them. Centaur could probably wipe out these two right now. That would get rid of some potential reinforcements, but they've got 2K coming in. How close are they to their gateway? Because they will be jumping via gateway. They're right at the gateway. They're going to be popping in real soon. I could do some damage and then run with Centaur. But I don't think they'll get over there to engage fast enough. I think a better choice with Centaur is to, after I flip Zolomon, to pull out. Fortress Legionnaires is now repaired. We'll send them home so that they can pick up their reinforcements a little faster. They're already back up to 60k, which is good. That does remind me, I have not been paying attention to see if these guys are getting reinforcements. I probably won't be able to remember these numbers, but since I'm recording when I'm editing the video, I will be able to come back and check it. Medusa has been fully repaired. Kesem Confederacy built a gateway. Kesem Confederacy has entered into a research agreement with the Federicians. That has caused me to stop at the exact day I needed to redesign the final ship, which is the Hippogriff Roost. If I clear out all of its shields and its auxiliaries, I could give it just armor and regenerative hull tissue. No need to change the weapons. I could compare the Giga Cannon to the Ancient Saturator Artillery. This thing requires only 40. That might be worth it for the extra damage this is going to do. We'd end up taking 40 apiece. I would get 40 back in about 4 months. But I think, let's go back and look at the old design. The old design took about 40. This is the whole point of this, is cutting down on how long it takes to reinforce them. Now, if we look at the Hippogriff Matron, though, it does not get an X-class weapon. So it would have to be a battleship I would have to decide to play around with the Ancient Saturator Artillery on. Now, I do think that is going to be more effective than the Giga Cannon, since I have the technology. I guess we can give it a shot. We do have a lot of Hippogriff Roost, though. And this is not going to reduce how much it takes by a significant amount to replace them. Well, let's save this design real quick, because I do have one right here I can see about refitting. It will only take 1.53 to refit them. So I'll be able to refit the ones I've already got built fairly cheaply. Now, as far as building a new one, it will take 38. Which I would actually have in 3 months. That is a little bit faster. And this will be one of the few that will use minor artifacts. I think I will do that. So we will retrofit that one. Hippogriff is on its way back. I have 4 more to retrofit there. Yeah, I have 13 of these battleships, and that's the majority of this fleet. So Hippogriff is still going to be kind of slow to replace. Wait, move here first. How much does it cost? It's only going to cost 6 to retrofit what it has. And we'll get to at least test it and see how it works. And we can get started on another. So that will be 2 waiting for Hippogriff when it gets here. it's going to need 8 more. And I can only start one every 3 months. Yeah, Hippogriff is going to take a while to reinforce. I'm not sure that might be worth it. I might cut down on the battleships in Hippogriff. Let's see. Let's go back to Ship Designer on Hippogriff. I did not mean to do that. Now right here we have 2 advanced strike craft, Marauder missiles. I had added those to help tear down shields. But quite honestly, more hangars might be a better option. I mean, I do like the Giga Cannon, but I think I have other designs that use it. It would be my Juggernaut, I think. Yes, my Juggernaut would be the one to replace with Ancient Saturator Artillery. Now, it's going to require a lot if it has to be rebuilt, but I shouldn't have to rebuild the Juggernaut very often. So let's cancel that upgrade. Tell Strike Force Hippogriff to cancel their upgrades. Cancel the ship we are building. And let us redo the Hippogriff Roost to have even more strike craft. And more Swarmer Whirlwind missiles. And more point defense. And I think we'll make these flak artillery. That might also end up cutting down on the cost of the design. Now if we tell Hippogriff to upgrade, 3,000 alloys to do it. And now the Hippogriff Roost, it's about 1,500. And we can actually get started on 3. Because Hippogriff is still... Well, they're only about a month out before they would start queuing up their upgrades. Maybe we keep 1 slot open for it doing upgrades. And just start working on 2. And then after the upgrades are done, we can start journeying out the rest. So that'll give us 3 that will be in construction or upgrades. Meaning we only need 6 more battleships and 10 more cruisers to complete this. I did not mean to separate the cruisers out. Where is Strike Force Hippogriff? Get your damn cruisers back. But that did create a Strike Force Werewolf for me. Let us change that design to the Lycan. And 50 of them would be a full fleet. No shipyard available to build. We'll have to see if that's going to be able to work, or if I'm going to have to create a new fleet. It looks like this may pass. So we're going to end this episode at just 2.5 years, because a lot has happened in those 2.5 years. So thank you all for watching, and hopefully we'll see you next time.